Today, I'm going to read Fatalism and Development, Nepal's Struggle for Modernization. It is written by Dor Bahadur Bista, and here it goes. On the cover page, it is written that this book attempts to diagnose Nepal's ill through the eyes of sympathetic yet critical insider. It has something of the flavor of other such attempts. Dr. Tocqueville's Ancient Regime, Webner's Protestant Ethics, Taine's Note upon England. It is worth considering at some length because of its insight and because Vistas, as an insider, can say things which no other could say. Alan Macfarlane in Cambridge Anthropology. So, yeah, here it goes. This book is dedicated by Dor Bahadur Bista to the people of Nepal. Preface. The typescript of this book was contemplated in the summer of 1989 and was submitted for publication immediately afterwards. The period between then and now has been some remarkable changes in the political system of the country. The chapter on politics and government has been adopted accordingly, but the rest of the book has been left as it was. This book deals mainly with the socio-cultural aspect and the value system of Nepali society, which still remains as has been described in the following pages. With the introduction of the liberal and democratic multi-party political system, possibilities has been opened up for the desired change in the social structure. We can be optimistic about the future, but it is yet to be seen. Dor Bahadur Bista, June 1990. Acknowledgement. The people of Nepal has helped create this book. I saw them invariably tied to their traditional structure and values of the past, while struggling to enter into new horizons of the future. The dynamics of struggle, conflict, contradiction, and trauma were real and obvious. I would like to express my gratitude towards all those who thus provided the theme for the book. It was Lahal Krishna Bahadur Patachan, Indra Bosnet, John Sikul, Joseph Elder, Carl Kuhn Jr., Jim Fisher, my son Kesha, and daughter Asa read the manuscript at the earliest stages of its growth and gave valuable advice for its improvement. Sarah Chis and Wendy Philippich helped edit the audio version. My son Hickman and Barry K. Barnes took care of all the technicalities and organized the manuscript for publication. Colleagues at Tribune University and graduate students at the Department of Sociology, Anthropology gave opportunities to discuss some of my ideas with them. The Toyota Foundation and the Ford Foundation provided financial grants for research and writing. The Center for Nepal and Asian Studies, CNAS, and then Executive Director Khadga Bikram Saha, and the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, ICIMOD, and then Director Colin Rosa gave technical and administrative support. Towards the final stage of the work, a British Council fellowship gave me an opportunity to visit Cambridge University for 3 months, where I received advice on the manuscript from Ernest Gellner, Alan Macfarlane, and Sarah Harrison provided liberal hospitality in addition to the advice for improvement of the manuscript, and helped edit the final version later on when they were on a visit to Nepal. The Ford Foundation provided an additional grant for residents at Center for South and Southeast Asian Studies at the University of California, Berkeley, for 6 months, where I enjoyed both generous hospitality and advice for improvement of the text from Leo E. Rose. I'm deeply indebted to all of them. I have made use of information and ideas presented in many published works, as well as those expressed formally or informally by many academic people, and yet I am alone responsible for expressing them in my own style and arriving at my own conclusion. I consider this work only as a beginning for the purpose I have started. Better one are sure to come later. Introduction. This work examines aspects of cultural or social organization of Nepali society as they have an effect on Nepal's development. Nepal remained a medieval society until 1950 when the Rana prime ministers, who had been effective rulers of the country for over a century, were overthrown and replaced by a democratic government operating under the scrutiny of an actively interested and ultimately powerful monarch. The Ranas had forced policies of nepotism and isolationism, perpetuating a social stagnation that had started in the preceding era. The new government has had as one of its primary goals the guided revitalization of the country and its introduction into the global community as a fully functioning economic member. But the attempt at development has met with mixed success. Certain elements of Nepali society have become impatient with what it seems as a slow rate of development and the increasing economic disparity among different sections of the people. This has led to various forms of dissatisfaction. Material benefits accrued as a result of economic change has been, in part, deflected to privileged class through processes of distribution outside normal market activities. Accommodation has been made in the structure of Nepali society, but there are indications that these structural changes may actually interfere with the long-term adjustment of Nepali society to the existences of change. And this is largely due to the prevalent attitude and the predominant value system of the Nepali society at the elite level. This work specially attempts to isolate key factors in Nepali society that are retarding and diminishing its effort to develop. Nepal is a heteronomous society with a complex ethnic mix. Overlaid by disparities in social and economic opportunity, the human element in Nepal is diverse and its contribution in defining the development potential of Nepal is complex. Within its diversity are some potentially valuable resources. In various areas of Nepal may be found those the social qualities that, with the correct external facilitation, may generate and sustain the kind of progress envisioned by national planners. This includes a strong commitment to productive labor, a high capacity for endurance, efficient cooperative organizational styles, and high adaptive propensities at individuals and social level. In the past, Nepalese has been known as effective merchants and craftsmen, but these characteristics are not shared by all Nepalese, nor are they equally distributed across the nation. Rather, they characterize discrete groups within Nepali society, and currently these particular groups are not socially placed where these characteristics may be advantageously utilized. The current nature of Nepali society is such that the groups with positive element of value system in their social and collective practices are increasingly excluded from the mainstream of society, and their values are endangered as another essentially alien culture becomes more pervasive. This other culture, the culture of fatalism, include values and institutions that are inherently in conflict with development. In Nepal, the culture of fatalism devalues the concept of productivity. The productive sector of the society is increasingly getting discouraged in the proportion that the fatalistic culture is being encouraged and propagated, while its proponents are gaining ascendancy. Mass development and the rising standard of living has been attained through the heavy infusion of external aid. The beneficiaries have not always been those who actually contribute to growth and production. But the irony is that those who enjoy the benefits continue to be increasingly unhappy as for more without contributing to the progress of development. While this disparate and inherently conflicting value system do have connection with specific ethnic groups within Nepal, the inherent conflict should not be seen as an ethnic one. The ethnic conflict is not currently a problem for Nepal. The inherent conflict in Nepali society betrays a tension in a social structure whose definition should be made in terms both class and caste. Caste is an appealing target for westernized investigators and has been signaled out as being the base of many of the Nepal's development difficulties. But issues of caste are not as simple as they have generally regarded to this. This is because in Nepal there is no rigorous caste system as it frequently believed. Though the concept of caste was not unknown to Nepal even in ancient days, it has only started to become pervasive in the last century. It generally it varies greatly from orthodox caste societies found elsewhere. In some circumstances, pollution is attached to the certain element within social structure. The structure is typically ascriptive, and caste has a limited acceptance to the extent that it has been useful in consolidating class privileges. In any rigidities associated with an ascriptive system will have an adverse effect on the development, and Nepal suffers from this problem. This will be considered here, but not in isolation. Issues of caste are merely elements of cultural society that has even more insidious effects on Nepali society through certain key elements of its central values. These values have had effect on both the individual and the social level. Religion has always been a central figure in Nepali life, but Nepal has never been plagued by any form of religious fanaticism. On the on the contrary, Nepalese love colorful rituals of all kinds and have welcomed a variety of religious traditions, prominent as Shamanism, Shaivism, Buddhism, Tantrism, and Vaishnavism. It is only the class system legitimized by the caste system with its attendant adverse cultural elements that will be addressed here. Although the term Brahmanism has been used frequently to mean the syndrome of cultural configuration, along with the principle of caste system introduced by Brahmins arriving in the Kathmandu Valley and in the Karnali basins during the medieval period, it does not imply that it has anything to do with the bulk of Nepali population bearing Bahun family names today. In fact, many people from this background are actually busy fighting the syndrome, while many people from non-Bahun background are busily engaged in pushing the values, various forms of the archaic ideology inherent in the stratified caste system. Besides, the people who imposes the system upon the Nepali society were not the Bahuns. They could not have done it by themselves as they were weak, dependent immigrants at the time. It was the local ruling elite who were responsible for doing this by applying the Bahunistic principles for further entrenchment of their own class status. The most important effect of this has been the absolute belief in fatalism, that one has no personal control over one's life circumstances, which are determined through a divine or powerful external agency. This deep belief in fatalism has had a devastating effect on the work ethics and achievement motivation, and through this on the Nepali response to development. It has consequences on the sense of time, and in particular such things as the concept of planning, orientation to the future, sense of causality, human dignity, and punctuality. Fatalism is highly connected to various forms of dependency, which may be part of a more basic Nepali cultural system. Besides this connection with fatalism, Nepali dependency can be seen in a mature form in the harmonious cooperative social behavior within indigenous groups, Nepalese are not strong individualists as are Americans, for example, but are what some call collectivist. Collectivism in itself is not necessarily an impediment to development, as evident in the critical role it has played in Japanese success and in the smooth progress of the Kathmandu Valley society until the introduction of the stratified caste system during the medieval period. In Nepal today, collectivism manifests in a particular social institution of much importance known as Afno Manche, one's own people. Afno Manche has the potential of being constructively used as a natural form of social organizations within Nepal, but it can also be readily subverted to negative ends. In particular, it encourages problems of inclusion exclusion. As group members gain particular privileges, being a part of outer circle, it can impede cooperative action. Difficulties also arise when membership is in a desired circle of Afno Manche can be purchased only through traded privileges. With Afno Manche, one finds exclusionary tendencies, uh, factionalism, failure in cooperation, and corruption in various forms, leading to malfunctioning of development administration and dissatisfaction at every level. Dependency and fatalism combined together exacerbate the tendency to impede development. An example can be found in the practice of chakari. The origin of chakari, sycophancy, lies in a religious ritual practice of obeisance, which was extended to the governing class and then to all in certain position of power. As a social activity, its most common form is in simply being close to or in the presence of a person who favors is desired. Instead of efficient fulfillment of duties and obligations, persistence in chakri is seen as merit, and with enough merit, favors may be granted. It is a passive form of instrumental behavior whose object is to demonstrate dependency, with the aim of eventually eliciting the favor of a person dependent upon. Chakri behavior is often the lifetime occupation of adults. Through the reward, though the reward can be great, by practicing chakri over several generations, a particular family may even be able to raise its class and caste status. Chakri has to be nourished and requires persistence. The strategy of chakri and the concept of productivity in those who practice it are alien to modern economic thoughts and system and can be in no way support genuine development. Chakri is an indication that Nepal not only needs to learn new things in order to progress but must also unlearn old things. Chakri may not be easy to eradicate, but it needs to be purged if economic success is to be a reality in Nepal. Fatalism and dependency may allow perversion of development aid. In its most blatant form, this perversion manifests itself in the expectation of foreign aid as a divinely instigated redistribution. The peculiar geopolitical situation of Nepal has helped its elite to develop an attitude of acceptance and of adaptation to any influence from outside. On the other hand, a sense of equanimity has been provided, a measure of resilience which has helped Nepal maintain its independent and sovereign status. Ironically, the same background was congenial for the infusion of a fatalistic principle that conditions the attitude towards foreign aid today. In the present context, aid becomes merely something that is justly due to Nepal and not a resource that is meant to be considered seriously and used productively. This has also had its effect on education. Scholarship in the Sanskritic tradition is associated with privilege and never with labor. Education is traditionally the prerogative, prerogative of the upper classes. To be educated is a powerful symbol of status. Education is not perceived as a means of acquiring skills that can be used productively to secure economic prosperity, but is seen as an end in itself, which once achieved signifies higher status, and in association with which the privileges of status are expected automatically. As educational opportunity increase and become accessible to lower classes, the educated lower class use education as a means to rapid social advancement, but the traditional route is used. Acquisition of education is the perceived acquisition of status, and there is an expectation that it will be immediately associated with privilege. To become educated is to be effectively removed from the workforce. Within such an atmosphere, a genuinely productive professional workforce can never be developed, and professional activities must continue to be formed by untrained. Those, those that do have a productive orientation towards education and have gone ahead to acquire technical and professional skills with the intention of using these to improve their circumstance, and those of others around them are usually not recognized and are not considered as models. There is then a cluster of cultural elements, including but extending beyond that of caste, that play a very important negative role in Nepal's attempts at change. These cultural elements are connected particularly with fatalistic hierarchy, which has a following within a restricted but critically important sector of Nepali society. Much of this book will concentrate on this sector, as it has played and continues to play the central role in the situation of Nepal. Outside of Kathmandu Valley, the situation changes. There we are more likely to find many of positive cultural traits among the many ethnic groups currently outside the ambit of its fatalistic and ascriptive models. They remain the great hope of Nepal, but still there is a danger. Fatalistic hierarchy is not an antiquated nor an exhausted cultural force. As a real factor, it is relatively new to Nepal, and it is currently spreading. All ethnic groups are being affected by it. This book is based on observations made over 30 years on Nepal's attempt to develop and respond to change. It grows out of my previous ethnographic work, which represented a characterization of diverse ethnic traditions with Nepal. Within Nepal, vast changes of various group kinds have occurred since then. Therefore, this work concentrates on the cultural system, the hub of which is within the National Center in the Kathmandu Valley. Although I have frequently made reference to areas outside the valley, while it is the work of an anthropologist, it is also the work of a student of the Nepali society, and has developed from an appreciation of social process within Nepal. This book struggles to present the Nepali perception of socialist process. It is a struggle because Nepal is such a complex cultural conglomeration, seeking perpetually to accommodate it, if not synthesize its diverse discrete parts. Nepali society is heteronomous and is in a constant flux. This makes the process of analytic generalization difficult and subject to even more qualification than is normally the case. Nonetheless, I believe my generalizations to be warranted with the caution that the book is centered on the cultural system of the major groups of a high caste Hindus. But generalization is the only way with which we can learn anything about complex societies such as that of Nepal. Edmund Leach suggested that generalization is inductive. It consists in perceiving possible general laws in the circumstances of special cases. It is a guesswork, a gamble. You may be wrong or you may be right, but if you happen to be right, you have learned something altogether new. I also believe that an intracultural approach to the study of Hindu society permits valid level of generalization even while such societies are being subjected to change and therefore going through a period of disorder. Some readers may find fault with the generalizations as they will have had their own personal experience and will be aware of exceptions that do not conform to the picture I have presented here. But to insist on exceptions to prove the generalizations wrong would suggest that Nepali society is beyond the reach of systematic study under any discipline in the social sciences, and by inference, beyond the possibility of guided correction, change, and development. While there are many critics of Nepal from among the dominant groups, the form of their criticism, though embellished with different dressings, is essentially the same ilk and remains encumbered with a parochial perspective. Educated members of this group may be aware of the plight of Nepal and the need for social change, but rarely do they recognize how their own particular culture has contributed to these impoverished circumstances. Some member of the dominant high caste group will be shocked by assertion that I will make, not only as a defensive reaction but because very few among them have ever learned to question the negative impact of their own lifestyle and their own attitude on Nepali society. Typically, a great majority of the critics like to focus on political economic aspects of the society for every evil of Nepal. Rarely do they look into the social, cultural, and religious values they have imposed upon the national society. This phenomenon has not been as rigorously dissected as so far as attempted here, and many of these ideas therefore will be new to them. I'm aware that I have started on an extremely difficult journey of conducting a critical examination of my own society. The precarious job of working on a teen age, frequently changing sides from being an object to be studied to being an outsider who studies at the same time has by no means been easy. Attempts by most scholars to understand and then represent Nepali society, especially the dynamics of predominant Nepali culture, have typically been burdened by a theoretical framework used for the study of social stratification, developed by a Western mentality that attempts to represent Hindu caste society either based on the individual Indian model or as a periphery of the Western centers of industrial capitalism and imperialism. Nepal is not like India. This is a critical point, and as overemphasis on the structural qualities of caste often simply obscures more critical issues concerning the value system. In a way, this book denies the statement made by Sylvain Levy in the beginning of the century that Nepal is India in making. Le Nepal c'est l'Inde que se fait. Instead, it asserts that Nepal's problem follows from certain attempts at Indianization of its culture. Nepal's strength has always been in the indigenous qualities of its various ethnic groups. The attempts to follow the Indian model has often overwhelmed and suppressed these qualities, substituting them with something which is incongruent with its own culture, and ultimately defeating progressive adaptation and change. Indian culture and civilization have made positive contribution to the development of Nepal from the earliest times to the present in the field of fine arts, music, literature, architecture, metal and woodcraft, and in the skills of business management and commerce. They can do so in the future, and we should be open to them. But what Nepal takes from India or any other culture needs to be scrutinized and its negative elements purged. Hindu caste culture contains negative element which needs to be identified, localized, and if possible, exorcised. What we will examine critically is the negative influence of caste culture, which was first felt in Nepal during the 16th century and became all-pervasive during the middle of 19th. It was manifested in an extremely individualized and defensive form of self-preservation as Bahunism, mainly as a reaction against the ruthless carnage carried out by Mughals during this period. As a result, some people in Nepal remain emotionally tied and loyal to Indian religio-cultural connection even while they are politically openly anti-Indians. Such people feel politically threatened by India and culturally by West. This book is divided into 8 distinct chapters. The first chapter provides general information on Nepal, including a brief regional description, its ethnic heritage, and an overview of Nepalese society. The second chapter focuses on Nepal's social organization, with a more in-depth consideration of the role of religion and caste in Nepali society, the relation between caste and class, ethnic groupings, kinship structure, and gender relations. The third chapter looks at family and socialization practices as a prelude to the following chapters, which concentrates on psychosocial factors, focusing on fatalism, temporal orientation, dependency, collectivism, and achievement motivation. These chapters also include an elaboration of Afnomanche, which is a particular manifestation of collectivism, and Chakri, which is considered in the context of Nepali cognition of causality, instrumentality, and dependency. The fifth and sixth chapter consider 2 sets of institutions that must play a critical role in Nepal's development, the political and the educational. In these chapters, a general review of political and educational systems is presented and their dynamics considered in the light of cultural peculiarities elucidated in the previous 2 chapters. The 7th chapter details Nepal's perspective on foreign aid and describes practices in the formulation and distributions of foreign aid that are prevailing to achieve their aims in the Nepali context. The final chapter is a general discussion on the political contribution of the various ethnic groups in Nepal to development and considers briefly the issue of creating a national identity. Chapter 1. General background. Nepal embraces one of the most diverse climatic range and physical environment of the world. Within a short span of 26, 26 uh, uh, degree 20, 22 33, 33 degree 27 of northern latitude, it in the approximately 100 miles between Gangetic Plains and Tibetan Plateau. There are at least 7 distinct geographical zones in Nepal: the plains, Tarai, the Sivalik Range, and the Mahabharat Range, which generally runs parallel through sometimes, though sometimes merge with Sivalik, creating a chain of valley which are called Bhitri Madhes, Inner Tarai. In mid-mountain areas between the first set of mountain ranges and the Himalaya range itself and the high mountains valley and inner Himalaya. Permanent settlements are found in a wide variety of ecological niches, from Central Asian alpine valley at an altitude of 14,000 feet above sea level to depression in the South Asian plains with an altitude of less than 200 feet above sea level. Unlike the plains, the Himalayas and their foothills do not provide many areas which can sustain a permanent settlement for a sizable population anywhere outside of Kathmandu Valley. The Kathmandu Valley, situated at an average altitude of 1500 meter above sea level in the mountain area, has a temperate climate and is the only place in the entire Himalaya which is relatively flat and endowed with fertile soil. The large majority of people live in hamlets scattered across the country. Besides the 3 ancient cities within Kathmandu Valley, there are few small urbanized areas which have developed within last 50 years. Until recently, migration throughout Nepal was easy as there was enough fallow land for newcomers, or there were people who owned large tracts of land needed landless people to work for them. Landowners encouraged migrant workers to settle permanently on their land and work in sharecropping arrangements. As a result, though there are certain areas in Nepal that are strongly associated with particular ethnic groups, there is also an extensive scattering of Nepal's different ethnic groups across its entire length and breadth. Since land has become scarce, the central authorities have taken the initiative to resettle people in a planned manner in the Tarai. In ancient time, the Tarai was a location of several significant kingdoms and must have supported a sizable population. Following socio-political upheaval, including Islamic invasions in the 11th, 14th, and 16th centuries, the whole Tarai suffered from major population declines, which was followed by extensive natural reforestation of the area. During the 19th century, there was a population drift back into the Tarai after with an accompanying development of its agricultural capacity. Consequently, the Tarai became known as the breadbasket of Nepal. The geography of Tarai has also more recently favored the development of an extensive system of roads. This, combined with its proximity to the Indian railhead and current plentiful supply of labor, has been encouraged Nepali industry to concentrate and develop in the Tarai. Though some industry has developed in Kathmandu Valley, essentially then the Tarai is the location of Nepal's agricultural wealth as well as her industrial capacity. The hill and the mountain regions are dependent on tourism, exploitation of water resources for energy, and otherwise operate on a simple subsistence level. Traditionally, the regions of Nepal were identified by names of its various major ethnic communities. For instance, the eastern hills beyond Sunkosi was called Kirat Pradesh, Kirat region. This area was divided into three sub-regions whose designations were assigned on the basis of their proximity to Kathmandu Valley. The area from Sunkosi River to the lake was called the Wulo Kirat, near Kirat. The area between Likhu and the Orun was called Manj Kirat, middle Kirat, and the land stretching east of the Orun to the Indian border was called the Polo Kirat, far Kirat. Similarly, the region in the west of the valley all the way to the Kali Gandaki was traditionally known as Gandaki Pradesh. The areas west of this to the Karnali was called Magarantha, region of Magas, and the region along the Karnali and beyond was called Kasan, land of Kas. The high altitude area inhabited by people speaking dialects of Tibetan language were traditionally known as Bodh Pradesh. The lower land is called Madhes, Tharuan, land of Tharu, or Tarai. Prehistory. Evidence of early man has been found in Nepali Siwalik region. A fossil tooth of Ramapithecus, believed to be more than a million years old, was discovered at Butwa within the Siwalik ranges. Scholars believe that this area, if subjected to systematic research, could yield further fossils from this period. Chipped stone tools, about 30 to 40,000 years old, have been found in the northern part of Kathmandu Valley and at the foot of Siwalik Hills in the district of Nolparasi. Kathmandu Valley was once a giant lake. When the lake dried, it left behind a rich alluvial soil which ultimately attracted the first agriculture in the hills. Till the 1st century AD, myth and legends are the primary source of information on Nepal. The myths on the civilization of Kathmandu Valley and the hills immediately around it provide evidence of diverse origins of people who converged and settled down within it. Other areas presented in a mythic lore are Janakpur, the domain of King Janak, father of Sita in Ramayana, Viratnagar in Morang, the country of King Virat of the Mahabharata, Kichak Ban and Kichak Daha in Jhapa, where King Kichak was killed in a duel with Bhimsen in Mahabharata. All these areas are in the eastern Tarai of district of Nepal. As mentioned in the chronicles Gopal Rajya Vamsavali, the name of a group of Gopala cowherd who founded the first kingdom in the Kathmandu region is said to have been Nepal. There is no agreement yet about the identity of Gopala period beyond the fact that they were cowherds. Two possible identifications have been made. Some historians suggest that Gopalas had a connection with Gopalas of Gangetic plains who belonged to Yadava tribe, associated originally with Mathura and Krishna, the Vaishnavic deity who is also known as Gopala. This finds flavor with Sanskrit scholar and Vaishnava Pandits within Nepal. Others suggest that these early settlers were called Gopala simply because they were pastoral nomads and not because they descended from the Gopalas of the plain. Gopala is a Sanskrit word in which Go means cow and Pala means herder or keeper. The Gopalas who founded the first settlement of Kathmandu Valley used a more primitive agricultural technology that, than that of respectively advanced agriculturists from plains. The first attempt at agriculture in the valley seems more like work of pastoral people such as Kirat and the Khas. Although today the Kirats are associated particularly with the hilly region east of Kathmandu Valley, the ancient period of Kirat region extended into the western hills as well. They were Mongolide and spoke a Tibeto-Burmese language. Though their descendants have now mixed with other racial groups, the Kirats are thought to have moved from east, with their domesticated pigs and buffaloes, along the lower hills through warm, humid, and forested areas where they practice shifting cultivation. The Khas were pastoralists associated particularly with western hills of Nepal and had connection with West Central Asia. They speak an Indo-Aryan language that appears to have arrived with their cattle, sheep, and goats in the western reaches of Nepal around the beginning of first millennia. Uh, their cultivation was restricted to growing barley, millet, and sesame. Evidence suggests that when the Khas met the Kirat, they were able to assert their dominance over them and establish Khas rule in the western hill, as well as in the Kathmandu Valley. Though this evidence is far from conclusive, it seems reasonable to assume that the nomadic pastoralist Khas are the Gopalas or cow herders of traditions. The Khas learned much from the Kirats, including dry rice cultivation and a sedentary agricultural lifestyle. Their new circumstances facilitated the development of a social order with a more centralized economic and political organizations. The Kopala people are believed to have founded their capital in Matatirtha at the western end of the Kathmandu Valley. When they established the first state of Nepal, they still live there today. The Kirat, however, formed the bulk of population and with time established their own dominance and their capital of Gokarna in the eastern Kathmandu Valley and through eastern regions of what is now modern Nepal. Caste dominance was to continue in the western region throughout the historical period. The new Kirat state, established sometime during the early first millennium BC, was to last for 1,000 years. Most of the names of the places, rivers, deities, and spirit of the ancient period have their origins in the Tibeto-Burmese Kirat or Indo-Iranian Khas language, suggesting the limited influence of Gangetic society in the south at this time. The Kirat descendants include all Indo-Mongolian people speaking various Tibeto-Burmese dialects as their mother tongue, the principal of which are the Rai, Limbu, Yakha, Sunwa, Jirel, Hayu, Gurung, Magar, Takali, Thami, and Chepang in the hills, and the Tharu, Dhanuvar, Potemaji, Dimal, Meche, Koche in the plains. The earliest Newar of the Kathmandu are also thought to belong to this general group. Besides the Kirat and the Khas groups, there are others such as Dhangats who speak a Dravidian language, appears to have Dravidian characteristics. Also, some of the groups speaking Tibeto-Burmese dialect have predominantly Dravidian physical characteristics, such as Raute. As previously mentioned, there has been much migrations within Nepal, resulting in intermingling of various racial groups. Despite the migration of groups from the Gangetic Plains into the Nepali region, the Kirat have been able to maintain a distinct cultural identity, especially in Kathmandu Valley, and the Newar people continue to evolve their own culture, language, and literature. This perpetuation of Kirat culture could have been possible if the rate of migration of latecomers into Kathmandu region, particularly from the south, was slight, since the valley is a very small and its population was never very dense at any time in the past. If a sizable Kiran migrant group has arrived from the plains, Nepali society would have easily been overwhelmed and Sanskritized, and this was never done. Ancient history. There are several scattered references of Nepal in Indian literature prior to the Common Era. The Puranas mention that the Kirat king Yalambar participated in the battle of Mahabharata and make reference to Shiva as the god of the Kirat. Nepal is also mentioned in the Arthavaparisista Kurma Vibhaga, dating from around 8th to the 6th century BC. In this work, Nepal takes its place among the celebrated nations of the time, such as Kamarupa, Assam, Videha, North Bihar, Udambara, Punjab, and Avanti, Madhya Bharat. Another reference is made in the text of Kautilya's Arthashastra, 4th century BC. In relation to the making of exportation of special woolen materials called vingishi, a soul of good quality, as well as musk, gold, silver, elephants, and horses, which Nepal traded with India. An ancient name of Matatirtha is Kishipirhi, which means elephant center, suggesting that there was a significant population of elephant in Kathmandu Valley at that time, mostly through elephants would have been captured in the Tarai region, while the musk, gold, silver, and short-legged mountain ponies came from high Himalayas and from Tibetan region and other horses from the land of the Caste pastoralists in the west. This list of early exported materials is important because it suggests a fairly widespread exploitation of resources from diverse geographical regions and a very early connection with the Tibetan plateau. The Torah has something of an independent history in ancient times through the kingdom which aroused their have connections both with Gangetic Plains and the Nepali hills. Lumbini, Kapilvastu, and Deva were all important sites in the west, and the Janakpur was important in the east. Kapilvastu was an important early Buddhist center associated with Gautama. These early kingdoms were decimated by disease and largely reinforced until Simargarh was founded near the former site of Janakpur. Simargarh was later destroyed by the Muslim in the 14th century, and the region was again naturally reforested. The culture of northern Gangetic Plains have greatly influenced Nepal in every respect. From prehistoric days, there may have been early arrival from these plains, including the Buddhist Sakyas, the Koliya and Malla, and sometimes other Lichuvi and Guptas. Others have more recently suggested that some of these Nepalese dynasty may have been indigenous to Nepal, with borrowed pedigrees from plains to suggest a connection with prominent and ancient ruling families there. The advent of each of the dynasties parallel the further introduction of aspects of Indian culture, but Nepal has always retained her own identity and has integrated this alien culture intrusion into something uniquely Nepali. The Sakyas are associated with the introduction of Mahayana Buddhism to Nepal and are credited with creation of Buddhist landmarks with marks of beginning of Nepal's cultural history. They were followed by Lichuvis and Guptas. Of all the ancient people of the valley, the best documented and therefore better known to us are Lichuvis. Though from the 1st century to the 10th century power oscillated between the Lichuvis and the Guptas, the Lichuvis were an ancient and significant family in Indian history on the Gangetic Plains, first appearing in the 6th and 7th centuries BC. They ruled at Vaishali in India during the early Buddhist period, were related to the rulers of Magad, and much later in the 4th century were related to Indian Guptas through Samudra Gupta, whose mother was said to be a Lichuvi queen. The Nepali Guptas were responsible for introducing Vaishnavic culture around the 4th century, installing the Narayana Vishnu shrines all at the four corners of the valley. Despite their alleged Indian background, administrative terminologies and place names of the early Lichuvi period are mainly in non-Sanskritic languages, which demonstrates the continuation of Kirat culture primacy in the hills and in Kathmandu Valley. There was one significant cultural introduction within this period, however, which involved an element of social organization that is essentially alien to the Kirat cultural system. This was the Varna and caste system introduced, in part by Guptas. Nepali Shaivism was not connected to the Varna system, and Buddhism was essentially opposed to the concept of caste, so that it was only with the importation of Vaishnavism that Nepalese were exposed to this concept. But Vaishnavism was a religious of elite group. Under the Guptas, a small number of Brahmins appeared and were appointed as temple priests. While king took the title of Kshatriyas, the people remained mainly Shiva worshipping and non-caste, as shown by the last number of inscriptions from the period. The Lichuvi kings, as opposed to the Guptas, were also often Shiva worshippers. For example, the famous king Amshu Varma took the title Pasupati Bhattaraka for himself, Pasupati being the primary Nepali form of Shiva. There appears to have been no attempts made to include the majority of the people within the caste system, so that only reference to Brahmins and Kshatriya have been found, and the caste system remained a localized, isolated, and exotic plating of elite group. After Shaivites, the second largest religious group during ancient times was Buddhist. Even the Lichuvi rulers themselves were very much influenced by Mahayana Buddhism, prevalent in North America at the time, and in the indigenous development of the Vajrayana form of Buddhism. Vajrayana Buddhism was later adopted by Tibet and where it was to flourish. There, there are quite a few magnificent examples of Lichuvi architecture in Patan, including the recent rebuilt Buddhist Mahavira monasteries on the top of Dhanagiri Hill at Pulchok. There is believed to have been built during the reign of King Amshu Varma. Sometimes in the 7th century, the presence, the presence of shrines to Acheswar Mahadeva, Shiva the great god, and Chandeswari Bhagavati, a tantric deity, within the monastery grounds typifies the religious syncretism found in Nepal. However, this religious flexibility began to change with the arrival of an increasing number of high caste Hindus, especially those with a markedly hostile attitude towards Buddhism. Having been threatened with extermination by ruthless and aggressive Islamic Jihad, which was systematically raising all traces of Hinduism in northern India, those Hindus who came into the Kathmandu Valley and Western Hills remained agitated and active in the preservation of their religion and lifestyle. The visit of Sankaracharya from South India at the end of first millennium was particularly devastating for Buddhism and its followers and disruptive to the traditional worship of Shiva. Shiva, in the indigenous form of Pasupati Nath, originally spoke through shamans, acting through their trances, appearing in their dreams, and was worshipped in Shepalik Linga form. Yet, at the end of Lichuvi period, Sankaracharya was able to convince Nepali king Siva Deva to have Brahmins appointed with exclusive privileges to act as priests at the Pasupatinath temple in Kathmandu. The fact that the major temples had to be staffed by Brahmin priests gave them high ritual status at the political level, and they were endowed with land grants which gave them economic independence. The changes that took place at this time were aggressively implemented. Non-Brahmic literature was destroyed in public book burning, and much of the cultural heritage of the Lichuvi period was lost in this process. Very little remains today a part of its architectural remnants. Many older social institutions were possibly eliminated at this time. Such a challenge to the essentially Buddhist hegemony could have only succeeded if supported by a powerful faction, which was most probably Saivitic, with deep resentments of the then current regime. Buddhism was a religion of the plains, associated with the particular dynastic groups whose avowed heritage was Indian. It was always essentially alien to Nepalese, who remained intrinsically shamanistic Saivites. Sankaracharya's missionary fanaticism only succeeded to the extent that it was complemented with a nationalistic or ethnic-based determination to revitalize a more ancient and indigenous society. Freed from this foreign trapping, candidates for these powerful allies are Kirati aristocrats descended from earlier rulers who regarded the Indian families as intruders and their Buddhist Vaisnavic culture as foreign. Sankaracharya initiated revolution succeeded in eventually toppling Lichuvi society, but in the ensuing turmoil, an even more alien social regime was imposed. By the beginning of next millennium, Buddhist institutions were noticeably overshadowed by those of high caste Hindus and their public rituals. The Buddhist viharas, monasteries, were in the decline. Nepal was increasingly gravitating towards the influence of the caste structure. Buddhism, a religion which has been acclaimed as a highest expression of Asiatic humanism, which spread throughout the country of Middle and Far East, refining customs, arts, and literature, wiping out misunderstanding and prejudices, shattering the bond of caste and promising peace and redemption for all. The religion which led primitive Nepali society to the dawn of civilization lost out completely in the land of its birth. No more Buddhist structure were added, though many temples for different Hindu deities were being built. Description of Lichuvi culture. The marriage of Princess Bhikuti to King Srong Gampo of Tibet and the reception of Wang Huan-se at the court of Narendra Dev are occasions which brought Nepali civilization into the wider world perspective. The account of Lichuvi court made by the Chinese ambassador Wang Huan-se, as quoted by Sylvain Levy, describes splendor of the Lichuvi period. The kingdom of Nipolo is due west of Tofan, Tibet. Their king Naling Tipo Mahindra wears pearls, rock crystals, mother of pearls, corals, and amber. He has golden earrings and jade pendants, trinkets, and his waist belt adorned with a photo Buddha. They sit on a seat supported by lions in the interior of the hall, where flowers and perfumes are scattered. The eminent people, the officials, and the whole court are sitting in the right and to the left on the ground. Beyond them are drawn up hundreds of armed soldiers. In the center of the palace there is a tower of 7 stories covered with copper tiles. Balustrades, railings, beams, columns, and beams are all incrusted with stones and jewels. At each of the 4 corners of the tower, water is poured into the trough. From the dragon's mouth it gushes out as it would from a fountain. The father of Naling Tipo was dethroned by his younger brother. Naling Tipo had to flee to escape from his uncle. Tofan gave him refuge and he re-established him on the throne. He consequently became their vassal. He continues, the merchants, whether itinerant dealer or established ones, are numerous. They had copper coins which bears on one side a man's face and reverse a horse. The cultivators are few, and they do not know how to plough the earth with the bulls. They do not perforate the nostrils of their bulls. The inhabitants are accustomed to shave their hair to the very edge of their eyebrow. They pierce the ears and introduce into the perforation little bamboo tubes. They eat with their hands without using spoon and stick. All their utensils are made of copper. They dress themselves with one piece of cloth which covers the body. They bathe several times a day. Their houses are built of wood. The walls are sculptured and painted. They are very fond of scenic spots, are pleased to blow the horns and the beat of the drum. They are fairly conversant with the reckoning of fate and in the researches of physical philosophy. They are equally smart in the art of the calendar. They venerate 5 celestial beings and carve their images on stone. Each day they wash themselves with purifying water. They cook a sheep and offer it as a sacrifice. The Lichuvi helped to develop Nepal by promoting urban culture, a fine degree of craftsmanship, trade with Tibet, and philosophy of syncretism in religion by introducing Vaishnavism and by observing all 3 religions, Saivism, Mahayana, Buddhism, and Vaishnavism with equal respect. The earliest and one of the finest urban centers in Nepal was established in Patan by Birdev in 299 AD. While Kathmandu became a prominent urban site on the Gunakama Deva in 732 AD, the population is thought to have been less than 30,000 in Patan, while that at Kathmandu was close to 50,000 during the Lichuvi period. All of this has been possible with the flourishing profitable trade and commerce with both the Tibetans and Indians. The medieval period. It was only the end of the first millennium that a fragmentation of early Lichuvi empire into a number of small states began, and there arose two other powerful kingdoms, both of which began to threaten the kingdom of Nepal with its capital in Kathmandu. One was the kingdom of Magas, which with their center in Palpa west of Kathmandu, and other was the kingdom of Caste in the far western region, with twin capital at Dulu and Singha. The ruler of all three came under the influence of caste system then prevalent in India, which it, in its adopted Nepali form will be here referred to as Bahunism. By the 14th century, the Molla had assumed dominance in Kathmandu Valley, a dominance that was to last till the 18th century. Some things, something of the cultural renewal began with the advent of Mullah rule. Under the Mullahs, the Hinduism were stratified with a stratified caste system and fatalistic hierarchy was actively supported, and Buddhism, with its strong connection with Tibet, was actively discouraged. The systematic maltreatments of the Buddhist and Buddhist monastic institution continued. King Jayasthiti Malla, advised by the Maithili Brahmins from Bihar, enforced a caste order with a scheme of 64 occasional subcastes within it. The caste hierarchy had become attractive because it helped enforce the social stability which could ensure the preservation of the Mullah kingdom, which had not yet been fully secured and legitimated. The Kathmandu Valley was effectively closed as its society ceased to accept later arrivals into its urban fold, and by end of 14th century, Nepali society has become quite rigid. On the positive side, throughout the 15th and 17th century, the Mullahs developed Nepali literature, fine arts, metal casting, wood carving, architecture, while there was a general economic prosperity based on trade. Feudalistic hierarchy became more entrenched in Kathmandu society as the Mullah dominance continued. In 1650, King Siddhinar Singh Mullah decreed that anyone who had traveled to Tibet, the remaining stronghold of Buddhism, had to be purified on his return. This step stimulated a process of alienation from Tibet, which had contributed so much to Nepali prosperity by way of trade in the past. Merchants engaging in Tibetan trade were subjugated of humiliating rites as they were regarded as impure by Hindu high caste people. Siddhinar Singh's Hinduism and fatalistic faith was so fervent that he eventually abdicated his throne and disappeared to become a sannyasi. The other areas which attracted hierarchical caste culture during the medieval period outside the Nepal Valley were the flourishing caste empire, centered in the Karnali River basin, and the powerful Mughal kingdom with its capital at Palpa. Once adopted by Khas and Magar, the hierarchy caste culture and fatalistic faiths moved along hills eastward with their people. The Khas has been successful in creating their own empire, including parts of Kashmir, western Tibet, Nagari province, and Kali Gandaki. From the 11th century to 16th century, the Khas state did not develop a flourishing urban center of art and luxury as the Newars had done. They maintained their martial prowess with a simple lifestyle, largely determined by ecology of the area they occupied. The empire initially patronized Buddhism with the introduction of hierarchy caste system and fatalistic faith. Caste society too began to ossify, and by 16th century, the Western caste empire disintegrated. The caste areas initially disintegrated into 22 kingdoms. Meanwhile, the neighboring Gandaki area, previously under Lichuvi and partially under Mughal rule, developed into 24 kingdoms, 24 Rajya. During the 15th century of Kathmandu Valley itself was divided by three sons of King Yaksha Malla into three kingdoms, and the name of the Nepal was monopolized by the kingdom of Kathmandu alone. It was only during the 18th century that the caste bounds, Gurungs and Mughal provided the military might under the leadership of King Prithvinarayan Shah of the Kingdom of Gorkha, one of the 24 Rajyas of the Gandaki area, to unite the disintegrated states into a form which would hold its own thought throughout the colonial period. A primary difference between Gorkha and other kingdoms of Nepal was that it had not been hierarchized as much by the caste system as the areas west of it and Kathmandu Valley, and hence had not been dissipated by fatalism and its negative influence. Instead of being a rigid fatalistic society, Gorkha still lived by ancient principles which allowed a large measure of egalitarianism and personal initiative for achievement. In 1816, the Sugauli Treaty was signed with British East India Company, which defined the boundaries of present-day Nepal. The caste language, which had become a lingua franca in wider areas for quite some time by then, became official Nepali national language, though Newari language remains paramount within Kathmandu Valley. In 1847, a caste general secured a position of power soon after he became prime minister and took the title Rana for himself and his family, imitating the Indian Rajput style, and his family later became the hereditary prime minister and effectively ruled the country until 1950. The Ranas. During the 19th century, British influence from the Indian plains grew, and many Nepalese were enticed to serve in British military regiments. The Rana regime actively supported and encouraged the export of able-bodied manpower to British India. The relationship between certain groups of Nepalese and British grew to be a strong one, a consequence of which was that the loyalty and the attachment of hundreds of thousands of Nepalese was directed away from their own land towards a foreign power. National pride and sentiments were much more diluted and essentially centered around very narrow and limited areas of their local and their own kinship. Little effort was made to promote patriotism and loyalty towards the state of Nepal. In fact, an enlightened patriotism was punished by ruling Ranas as they felt threatened by it. As Ranas were holding absolute power over the country and exploiting the resources mainly for their own benefit, the people they could trust were those who were exclusively loyal to them alone. Anyone who, with a concern for the society at large and to the future of the country, had to be enemy of the Ranas. So they singled out, punished, jailed, and executed anyone who fought for the people's welfare on the pretext that it was a high treason. Many Nepalese in outlying areas did not even bother to question the state of affairs. The bulk of able-bodied members of the population were quite familiar with the name of British monarch and condition in India because of the connection to those who were serving the British Empire, while the powerful Ranas chose to surround themselves with dependents, sycophants, and opportunists, contributing to the degeneration of ethical and moral principles of the people around the seat of power. Recent emergence from feudal period. At the end of World War II, a large number of countries won independence from their colonial overlords. The first task of these nations was to develop and disintegrate national states loyal to their own traditional native power base or to a democratically elected native native government composed of people from among themselves. This has not been an easy task anywhere among the large number of the countries which are collectively called the Third World. With exceptions, many third world countries are still struggling for economic self sufficiency and political stability. Though colonialism has its dark side, in many cases colonial administrations left behind certain positive legacies that were advantageous to modernization. Colonial administration developed transportation system, established a basic educational system, and introduced a modern system of administration. Nepal has no colonial background, and by comparison to those that have, the country has suffered from the absence of a developmental infrastructure of any kind, whether institutional or in terms of physical facilities. In some cases, this isolation this isolation and lack of colonial experience was an advantage. But otherwise, this left the country in far worse condition compared to other third world countries under colonial rule. Nepal was kept under the worst of form of isolation, backwardness, and economic exploitation, and the country remained a feudal state controlled by the Ranas. Their only interest was the collectivism of revenue and maintenance of law and order. It was only in 1950s, in the wake of liberation from Rana family rule, that the country emerged from a very medieval form of feudal dominance. Note and reference: the caste and varna system was based on the five primary social classification: Brahmins, priests; the Kshatriya, warriors or administrators; the Vaishyas, merchants; the Sudra, laborer; and the untouchable or polluted. It was only discovered recently that he died at the age of 71 as a sannyasi sadhu in Banaras. Personal communication from Dhana Vajracharya. From this period, the Khas, Magas, and Gurung began to be known as collectively to outsiders by the name of Gorkha or Gorkhali. The Caste, Chapter 2: The Caste System of Nepal. Though Nepal is considered to have long been Hindu, its native Hinduism has not included a belief of caste principles, which remained a foreign importation with little popular support. Only in the past 135 years has caste system gained any kind of endorsement. Though supported only by minority of populace, it is very important minority socially located to mediate the relation between Nepal and the outside world. Nepal's access to the outside world and its reaction to external influence are determined by the member of this group. Their personal response limited to limits the response of entire nation. If as a group they are astute, ambitious, and high achievers with a sense of commitment, national pride, and self-confidence, a rapid and efficient Nepali adaptation to social and technological change can be expected. But as a group, these critically positioned people do not have these qualities. Instead, they are victims of their own fatalistic beliefs, poor self-image, hierarchy, caste status, and constant defensiveness. And the cumulative effect of these characteristics is to hamper national development. Through inactivity and conservative reaction. In this chapter, we will see just how isolated this section of population is in their attitudes, outlooks, and what the social context of their position is really like. Within Nepal, religion is a very important aspect of human life. The Nepali word for religion is dharma, which also means duty, ethics, morality, rule, merit, and pious acts. Therefore, when Nepalese discuss religion, they understand it with a broader meaning than is usually applied to the West. Hinduism is official religion of Nepal. The label Hinduism is applied broadly to many religious systems practiced in southern Asia, each of the east of the Indus River. The in Nepal, Hinduism includes shamanism and hence religions derived from the early Gopal and Kirat traditions, as well as Brahmanism, the version of Hinduism brought from India. When the Nepali Bureau of Statistics states that 90% of the population are Hindus, people do not understand this is may mean that the bulk of the population are Orthodox Hindus. Nepalese have never been Orthodox, nor are they ever likely to be. The state automatically assumes that everyone is Hindu unless they specifically declare themselves otherwise. Buddhism has always been the second religion, though it must be understood that Hinduism, in its liberal form, incorporates Buddhism as a sect or branch within. In the high Himalayan settlement, people of Tibetan background practice a form of Mahayana Buddhism, popularly called Lamaism. The second largest group practicing the Mahayana or Vajrayana form of Buddhism is that a section of a Nivas in Kathmandu Valley, where it has been practiced from the earliest time to the present day. The present constitution declares that the king has to be a Hindu, but it does not prohibit Nepalese from practicing any religion. Nevertheless, state's law prohibits any kind of formal proselytization or conversion from one religion to another. Such prohibition is the result of the perception of a connection between missionary activities and colonialism. While there has been a general synthesizing tendency, the history of religion in Nepal has not always been a peaceful one, even though it is frequently described that way. Ancient and early medieval history has been documented by high caste Brahmanic scholars whose interest has not facilitated the most comprehensive and objective depiction of Nepali history. Their documentation is limited by a Gangetic Hindu worldview. This worldview is insensitive to historical factors outside the general ambit of the Puranic tradition and overlook both the late arrival of fatalistic caste system and its relatively tenuous position within Nepal culture. It also overlooks the fact that the various ethnic communities within Nepal were undergoing a significant process of change throughout the Lichuvi period, and that this was not happening because of the exposure to Hindu culture and Gangetic basin alone. In fact, they had an equally strong cultural economic relationship with Tibet. References to conflict between Gangetic Hinduism and other religious traditions observed within Nepal have been obscured. Uh, the instance of Pasupati Saivites Kirat being driven away by the Lichuvis, the suppression of Buddhists by the Saivites, the Vaisnavic Hindus, the rebellious struggle of Vinakarna against the stratified caste system are some of the instances which have not been as well documented. The imposition of the southern Saiva priesthood within Pasupatinath temple precincts and the refusal of later Lichuvi kings to worship Vishnu, though they have been proclaimed to personally embody Vishnu, also imply much religious and social turmoil. There is a declaration by Ansu Verma in Bugmati dated 604 AD, which states the dispute between different religious groups within were to be abjugated by the royal court itself, which suggests both that such religious conflict did exist and were serious enough to require king's personal attention. Many recent anecdotes illustrating the initial resistance to foreign religious system and ideas can be found from the coast areas of Karnali River Basin. For example, a descendant of the first immigrant Brahmins into the lower basins of Humla, Karnali related an incident concerning his ancestors' encountered with the local shamans and of the Guru Mastha, a powerful local divinity. The Brahmin's informant recounted that after having an argument with his ancestor, Gura Mastha was very annoyed and concerned about being defeated and or overshadowed by the Brahmins. So Gura Mastha cursed him by saying that he, the newly arrived opponents, and his male descendant would never have qualities of being both handsome and having beautiful voices at the same time. If one had a handsome body and complexion, he would have a bad voice. If he happens to be had a beautiful voice, he would be essentially physically ugly. With this compromise, the Brown immigrants was allowed not only to reside in the region but also to have clients following this ritual leadership, personally communicating to this author by Karna Prasad Bhatta, the former member of National Panchayat from Humla. In some ways, both the new version of Hindu religion introduced by the recently arriving Brahmins of the existing shamanistic faith cooperated, and each was convinced that other was being subsumed into its own prevalent faith. Neither hierarchic Hinduism nor shamanistic religions required any formal process of conversion, and neither had any problems with variation in the form of ritual practice. Hindu Brahmins believed that once people developed faith in the divine origins of caste, everything would fall into place automatically. Nor did the practice of spirits worship and spirit possession by shamans contradict the popular form of Hindu religion. The practice of appeasing spiritual powers by blood sacrifice was ultimately compatible with both systems. Bound priests were not opposed as long as they were able to make the living by having a few clients who commissioned them by certain ritual and paid them dakshinas. Similarly, shamans did not mind because the new Hindu priests did not wean their clients away from them altogether, agreed to accept the higher position of shamans and maintain their ritual distance from shamans. Ancestor worships were part of the ritual which the Brahmanic Hindu religion did not object to being maintained. The difference in the rituals of these two religions was hardly noticeable. The new priest invoked the spirit through Vedic incantation, while the shaman's medium was the old language, which was equally incomprehensible and esoteric as far as the common people were concerned. So there is no difference between Baun and the Dhamis shamans officiating. It further appears that many ambitious caste Dhamis shamans adopted Baun caste status, continued their priestly role. Anthropologists who have studied the belief system of people in that area have pointed out the caste and ethnic background of the Dhamis of the area. There were a number of Baun, Thakri, Chetri caste untouchables who have taken the role of Dhami. Generally, the people tolerate the incoming of new system as long as it did not try to contradict their own religious faith and practice. The local chiefs and upper classes had no problems in adopting the social forms of this religion as it gave them a hierarchic structure wherein they could attain high position and power and authority for themselves without having to give up any of the privilege they already enjoy. This was the beginning of the process of stratification of the caste society and infusion of fatalistic faith into it. The Hindu Puranas had been fashionable teachings, adding prestige and status as well as a sense of modernity, coming as they did from the society of in the Gangetic Plains, which had always been more prosperous, prestigious, and powerful than Nepal. But people outside these privileged classes were not willing to accept a religion which imposed upon them a very low status within the social and ritual hierarchy as far as the adoption of new divinities into the spiritual pantheon was concerned. There was no particular problem because they continued to worship the original ones along with the new. Prayag R. Sharma, who studied the society of his activities, made a prospective observation that even the multitude of gods worshipped in castes who had adopted widespread Brahminical values have peculiar sounding names quite unfamiliar in the Brahminical pantheon. In the course of time, many people throughout the country adopted Vishnu and other deities in addition to primordial gods, Shiva or Pashupatinath, and came to be known as Hindus. Generally speaking, the religious syncretism attributed to Nepali society is mostly confined to the Kathmandu Valley, and particularly to Nevas. Elsewhere, other ethnic groups are more singular in their worship, which tends to be predominantly shamanistic with few inroads by this other belief system. As already indicated, the Tibetan speaking people of the high Himalayas are an exception as they have integrated Buddhism with their shamanistic practices, while people of Kathmandu Valley were happy to add the entertainment value of new exotic ritual into their festival repertoire. They were resistant to the elimination of their native belief, preferred to integrate a plurality of belief and ritual systems rather than submit to the subjugation or overthrow of their treasured tradition. This was true of the integration of Shamanism and Saivism as well as Vaishnavism and Buddhism. Such an integration has been facilitated by the fact that the Nevas have never been particularly interested in the issues of ideology. Collins Rosso, after a careful study of Neva society, observed that it is incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to identify a vast bulk of Newar population as either Hindu or Buddhist. The degree of religious syncretism is so complex that such a distinction on ground of belief and ritual practice is out of question, and it is important to note that this distinction is not generally made by the Nevas themselves. There are many cases throughout the Kathmandu Valley of individual Nevas families employing a Brahmin for some of its domestic rituals and Gubhaju Buddhist priests for other within the same households, and that sometimes indeed both priests would be present at the same time. Often religious practices are synthesized. There is a practice of worshipping Pashupatinath as Buddha, for example, on the full moon day of November every year. Similarly, recognizing him as an incarnation of Vairag, Shiva is offered blood sacrifice and frequently offered buffalo meat on a number of occasions. Many people, particularly the Tamang Lamas, considers Avalokiteshvara Chandrasi to be an incarnation of Shiva. The tantric rituals were mixed with Vaisnava with Saiva with Buddhist Vajrayana. For example, there is a Krishna statue in the Buddhist temple compound of Baha in Patan, and there are statues of Vishnu, Rama, Buddha in Pashupatinath. Many deities in a number of temples in Kathmandu Valley are worshipped as different deities of various cults with separate backgrounds outside Nepal. Matsyendranath is worshipped by Shaiva, Buddhist, and Tantric Nepalese with equal zeal and devotion. Worship of the Hindu Centonic deities has been integrated with the shamanistic pantheon so that Bhumi Devta or Siptathan, Udauli, Ubauli, Bhut, Pret, Vayu, Naga, and indigenous deities and supernatural spirits who took care of the worldly needs of the local people now forms our integrated cluster. Masta, originally the god of Caste in the West, is also believed by the Bahan priests of the areas to be the son of Indra, the Vedic god. Since these gods speak directly and acts in person through the oracle, the Dhami, this oracle is considered to be more powerful than Bahan priests in this region. For example, an illiterate Dhami oracle of Tharpa, another powerful Masta of the region, is believed to have the knowledge of all Vedic texts through his god. Local Bahan priests, not being properly educated being themselves, abide by this and stand corrected on occasion when the Dhami interrupts the recitation of Vedic hymns. History of caste system. Though Nepal has long been Hindu in a very general sense, a stratified caste system has only marginally penetrated its society, which is confined to particular classes of particular ethnic groups. Nepal's early connection with Hinduism was through the worship of Pashupatinath, who was identified with Shiva. The form of Shaivism that developed in Nepal was always close to its shamanistic and animistic roots. It has little to do with Puranas and it had no connections with any form of caste system. Caste concept only entered Nepal for the first time in the beginning of the Lichuvi era in the form of Vaishnavism, and when it arrived, it had to adapt itself not only to shamanism and Saivism but also to Buddhism. The Lichuvis, and in particular the Guptas, styled themselves Kshatriyas, Chetri, and maintained Brahmins bound from the south of as personal priests. The oldest inscription that categorically mentioned bound inhabitants was found in Thankot, consecrated by Kirat Vasant Deva in 5th century. But the Gupta kings did not appear to have imposed a division of labor and craft specialization on the basis of caste system. Though elements of caste were introduced as evident in the designation of Baun and Chetri, the caste system in its entirety was never adopted. During this period, the actual social organization of Kathmandu Valley society continued as before with its pre-existing class structure. The discrepancies between popular region and that of elites was reinforced by the priestly Brahmins' lack of interest in creating a local priesthood. Instead, they were interested only in creating client castes. The Baun caste was to consist only of Indian Brahmins, migrants, and while they have maintained their own level of ritual purity, it is not at all clear whether their new Nepali clients similarly labored to maintain caste purity. While Kshatriya designation are used, there is no documentary evidence that Kshatriya rituals are observed. The priests were willing to initiate the upper class castes, Mughals and Niwas as Kshatriya, but Kshatriya status was expensive to maintain and the priests constantly demanded a high fee from them, such as the endowment of tax-free lands in exchange for officiating at rituals. Consequently, only a small number of Khas and Mughal took the Kshatriya title, mainly with the interest to legitimize their upper class position within the society. Those that would have qualified as Vaishyas and Sudras saw no advantage in becoming part of the caste system, and none among the shoemaker, blacksmith, goldsmith, tanners, and or tailors were willing to accept the position of untouchables. Even today, among the people of the Kathmandu Valley, most of these occupational classes are treated as untouchables. The Nepali people appear to have preferred an open social order rather than one based on caste principles, as is prevalent in India, where there is much emphasis on the dialectics of the pure and impure. Any attempts to impose a caste system on a society must be an ambitious one, as the bulk of population must be in a position where it cannot resist the humiliating circumstances that the caste designation represents. Caste essentially involves the ascription of qualities of graduated social pollution, and with the most polluted becoming pariah. Now one will volunteer to become a low caste. No one will volunteer to become a low caste. Merchants also have the to be willing to assume a measure of pollution and a low status, which is problematic for a society whose affluence is based on trade, as was the case with the 14th century Kathmandu. Nepal may have a sharp class inequalities, but it has never had endemic class oppression, which is necessary for a caste system to be firmly introduced. Nepali culture contains too much egalitarianism to favor the development of genuine caste system. But the attempt has been made, and it is having negative consequences, especially since the middle of the 19th century. Historically, it appears that high caste has its greatest success when called upon to help establish the legitimacy of particular regimes. With the destruction and elimination of these institutes of scholarship at the end of the first millennium, the Bahan Pandits have become a sole vehicle of erudition. They were the writers, repositories, and the interpreters of history, and for appropriate consideration have been quick to document the ancient illustrious status of new reign. The last historic incident was when they had Jung Bahadur Kunwar, a Khas, adopted the title of Rana, uh, developing a fictitious ancestry of Rajput origin from the southern plains. Certain similarities are in language and cultural traits exist between the Khas people and those of Rajasthan and Gujarat, all of whom are believed to have migrated across the Karakoram during the prehistoric period and to have spread over the western Himalayas as well as Punjab, Rajasthan, and Gujarat. This made it easier for the advisor of Janak Bahadur to posit a connection with the Rajput of the plains, even though any study of the ancestry of Janga Bahadur Rana leads to the conclusion that Ranas were Khas and took the title Kunwar, Prince, during the medieval period but had no connection with Indian Rajput. A sense of insecurity among the certain Pandits have led them to conduct fictitious genealogies for their any ruling dynasties they want, who then have been deemed to be an Indian origin. If this was true, it would seem that Nepali people are as a whole incapable of ruling themselves. There has never been a conquest of Nepal initiated from within India, so from the interpretation of history, we are forced to infer that these so-called Indian dynasties must have secured their position through invitation, as a result of their personal superiority over anything that Nepalese had to offer. It is very hard to believe that Nepalese, with their reputation for being independent spirit and martial qualities, could not produce their own leaders, but had to wait for 40 fugitive nobles to arrive from India and paid homage to them as soon as they set foot in hills. These There is evidence suggesting that such Indian pedigrees for the Thakuris, Chetris are the artifacts of their own sycophants. In all my research, I have been unable to discover any genuine evidence of any Thakuri aristocratic family have its origin in India. Instead, there is some evidence of distinctly Nepali origins for most Thakuris and Chetris. For example, Nepali people have clan and family tutelary deities uh, with clearly indigenous origin, and these deities have all their own ritual practices and even their own local, typically shamanistic priesthood. An Indian family is extremely unlikely to have created for itself such a non-Brahmanic tutelary deity, and is further unlikely to have it attended by non-Brahmins, so that the presence of such deity with non-bound priests may be taken as indicating an indigenous origin. The Sahathakuri have been given a Rajput ancestry by few historians, yet all their clan deities and family tutelary deities are worshipped and cared for exclusively by Mughals, by Brahminic standards of polluted low caste ethnic groups. The Gorkha, Kali Manakamna, and the goddesses at Basargah are in exclusive care of the Mughals. This trend has been the major means by which the Brahman Pandits have attempted to gain influence and expand the hierarchic caste system. The main consequences has been a major distortion of Nepali history, belittling Nepali achievement while reorienting the culture ever more towards that of Gangetic plains. After the Baun and Thakuris, the next highest caste group is that of the Chetri. Various people of high status from among those groups that played an active part in the unification of Nepal took the title of Chetri shortly afterwards. But not all Chetris have come from this background, and the proportion that do is ever decreasing, particularly within the Kathmandu Valley. Those others that have the title of Chetri are the children of Baun's father and indigenous ethnic mother. As Baun's moved into new areas, they mixed with Chetri children, form the nucleus of the caste community. Such children differ from the local Matwali children in being given an education by their father, and often tends to be successful economically and socially. These Kshetri then become the clients of the Bahan press, and their economic success providing the basis for the economic support. Their educational and economic distinctiveness facilitates their elevation and high status within the local community, which then influences the infusion of fatalism and hierarchy caste principles that into local ethnic life. A majority of Bahan priests are the descendant of caste Brahmins who came mainly from the plains, though with some smaller groups from the Deccan during the medieval period. A few may have come to Nepal region for uh, purposes of proselytizing, but most were forced to immigrate from the hostile invasion of the plain states. In particular, there were to be many who were running away from the religious persecution by the Muslims. These people did not bring any religious mission with them, but an excessive concern for self-preservation, which was to affect their relation profoundly with the inhabitants of Nepal and Nepali culture. The preservation of caste culture required that they did not succumb to Nepali influence, nor in any way diminish the purity of their cultural treasures. The defense of their culture led readily to the depreciation of cultural lifestyle of the Nepalese. Benares and all the sacred cities of India represented for them the ideal and urban civilization, and Kathmandu culture was denigrated. The river water in Benares continued to be treated as holier than the clean and fresh water of all Himalayan rivers. All the Muslim occupation uh, of the south continued there was a general lapse of in orthodoxy. What persevered was a continuing denigration of Nepali culture and Nepali people in general, and an exaggerated adulation of fatalistic caste culture of the plain, with their religious centers such as Banaras being treated as the holiest place of pilgrimage. This denigration of Nepali culture has become an inherent aspect of the developed Nepali form of Hinduism, with a fatalistic hierarchy as interpreted by Vaughan Prest. Hindu caste culture has a varied presence in Nepal. In terms of its prevalence and its significance, in next section of this chapter, I will consider its distribution in the major region of Nepal, starting with the area where it has the strongest presence, the Kathmandu Valley. The Kathmandu Valley. During the later part of 14th century, King Jayasthiti Raj Malla tried to purify religious practice in the Kathmandu Valley by introducing caste principle and conduct according to Manusmriti code of the Hindus. He did this as a measure towards modernization, later realizing that it would lead to the society to regression rather than progression. He developed many rules for the wearing of certain types of clothing and ornamentation, and for the construction of houses, differentiated according to the caste level, and made it punishable for anyone to violate rules prescribing professional activities for different castes. Such efforts were not successful. People continued to their old habits of eating buffalo meat, drinking alcohol as required by traditional festivals and worship practices. According to Vamsavali chronicles, Sivdatta Maithili Brahmin, who had come from India, objected that the sacred trade-wearing people, called generally Tagadhari, were eating buffalo meat. This led the king to ask Nepalese to choose between eating buffalo meat and giving up the sacred trade. The people argued that they had to offer buffalo meat and alcohol to their patron deity, Taleju Bhavani, and consequently gave up wearing the sacred trade. The priestly Bahan, in spite of their effort to gain political support for their superior role, remained basically outside the mainstream of Nepali culture and civilization of the time. But their attempts to introduce caste system persisted. Kathmandu Valley society having already developed to the high level of urban civilization and culture, the boundaries could hardly contribute anything for the further improvement except help legitimize Mallaru by concocting a theory to prove their Rajput background. The Kathmandu Valley was effectively closed towards the later part of Malla period. The people of Nepal Valley came to be known as Newar during the 15th century in the reign of Pratap Malla of Kathmandu. These were the urban technical professional, the majority of peasants and working poor. Gradually, this Newar society became a separate cultural group with its own rich urban-based culture. Kathmandu ceased to accept later arrivals into its urban fold, so the land gradually became known as Nepal and its people as Newar. Then the two separated. The land retained the name Nepal, but the people of the valley continued to be called Newar. which eventually gave rise to the process of search for ancestry and origin separate from their from other Nepalese who did not speak the same language, Newari. During the 18th century, when the country expanded and several smaller states were reunited with Nepal, the Nevas people were also treated as separate ethnic groups. Another attempt to imposing the caste system was made in 19th century by Dor Bahadur Bista, who was very keen to have his own status raised to the highest possible level. Dor Bahadur became the first Ranas, and his task was to establish the legitimacy of Ranas and secure Ranas' control over the land. He succeeded in introducing the caste system to a much greater degree than Mullah kings had done just over 400 years before him. In the 19th century, the caste Bahuns, now called Parvate Hill Bahun, decided to put all Newari-speaking people into single caste category at lower level, known as local parlance as Matwalis, meaning drinking, liquor drinker. Even Bahuns who were serving as Newar priests and Newari Bahuns lost ritual status vis-a-vis the pure Bahun and Parvati pure Bahuns. The Parvati Bahun of the caste language speaking community, which was dominant in the valley by the time. The old Newar upper class, the Shrestras, were also reduced to Matwali status. As a consequence, among Hindu Newars, caste has become more complex and stratified than among the non-Newars Baun Kshatriya Thakuri group. The later group may consider all Newars people to be equally Matwalis and essentially of the Vaishya caste, but this is not the perception of Newar themselves. Within the Matwali designation, then can be found Newari Bahuns. These Bahuns have been much neglected by unorthodox and somewhat egalitarian behavior of Newari society and are dwindling fast. Their number is very small and few are visible in any form of public life today. Then there are the Shrestras, including the old Newari aristocracy and upper class. Among the Shrestras, there are two divisions, Kshatriya and Kastariya. Kshatriya Shrestha are the Newari equivalent to Thakuri and the Malla, Pradhan, Amate, etc. Kastariya Shrestha are like the Kshatriya among the Nepali speaking people and have been drawn from multiple backgrounds, often from successful merchant families. As a result, the Jastiti Mullah's attempt at classifying Kathmandu Valley society according to caste principle, Buddhist Nevas have their own caste counterparts. Vajracharya are at the top like the Bahuns. Then there are Sakyas, sometimes calling themselves Sakya Bhikshu. This indicates that they were ordained as Buddhist monk at some time in the history. The majority of Kathmandu Valley people, peasant, farmers, vegetable growers, florists, potters, bricklayers, and many other professionals were collectively called Japu. Japu literally means competent worker in Newari language. Their significant contribution to Nepali society has never been formally recognized, so that Japu has been a low status group, at least since medieval times. The Japu were turned into low caste category during the Malla period, acquiring the designation of Sudra. Although some individual Japu family achieved Shrestha status through personal industry, mostly over the several generations, they never managed this mobility as a group case similar to that of the curse of the Western Hill. But the Japu remained united and never allowed themselves to be pushed into the position of serfdom or slavery as many non-Hindus indigenous in the plains were forced to do. They had a long history, they were proud of their culture, and had a strong internal social organization developed from ancient days, and were in control of important means of production, namely agricultural land. Japus are among the most progressive farmers in Nepal. They are among the most progress. They are also the main group of people who take care of communal festivals, religious dances, musical performance, and important seasonal ceremonies in the Kathmandu Valley. In spite of their being labeled Sudra, Japus are still playing essential role in many ritual important occasions, acting in roles which is usually filled only by high caste people. For example, Japus not only carry the statues of deities and the ritual offerings, but also cook food for them and for high caste people and both in Hindus and Buddhist background. Many people speak of the caste system as if it were a representation of the classical Varna model as prescribed in such ancient code as Manusmriti, but uh, but these original models have been greatly affected by many factors and does not exist in its original form anywhere in Nepal. It has been unorthodox and permeable from the beginning. The Bahan Chetri perspective on caste is represented in the diagram too. The Bahan are Nepalese Brahmins, the Chetris, the Kshatriya and the Matwalis, and the Vaishya and Sudra. The Thakuri and the Shrestha are recognized, actually, class labels that are found outside the Bahunite society. They are both designation, with the term Shrestha being used mainly by the Thakuri and Kshetri equivalents among the Nevas of the Kathmandu Valley. The Thakuri are responsible for the unification of Nepal and hence have higher class status than the Kshetri was adopted originally by non-aristocratic notables, typically from a caste background. As a victorious group, they too have claimed a generally higher status than the defeated aristocratic Shrestras. Today, most Kshetris are the descendant of yet another non-caste group, those born of bound father and non-bound ethnic mother. With time, the distinction between Thakuri, Chetri, and Shrestras have assumed some of the qualities uh, of the sub-caste distinction. The boundaries between these groups are permeable, while the bounds and Pani Nachalne, the untouchables, are rigorously maintained. Caste within the Kathmandu Valley. There is a difference in the perspective of caste hierarchy in the eyes of Baul Chetri and that of other ethnic group people. And the perspective is changing even more radically in the eyes of younger people today. There is now a tendency for the caste outlook to be replaced by class outlook. Discrimination based on caste was legally abolished in 1963. Gandaki region. Brahmins first appeared in Kathmandu Valley, but the society was not Maonized until their advice was short in developing caste division in the medieval period. Other Brahmins penetrating the caste empire of the far west during the same period were far more successful in leaving their impact, which was to destroy the vitality altogether. In between Kathmandu and Kasam, the Gandaki region remained relatively free of their impact until recently. Among the 24 Rajya's areas of Gandaki region, In the west, Kathmandu and the original home of current ruling dynasty, caste principle and fatalism was not given much consideration until the late 18th century. King Ram Shah developed the first comprehensive legal code anywhere outside of the valley, and this was not an instrument of orthodox hierarchic Hinduism, as has sometimes been mistakenly alleged by various scholars. On the contrary, his legal code became famous and was respected by all as a very fair and judicious system. A critical factor was facilitated uh, the ready acceptance of Gorkha rulers by all the people of Nepal. King Prithvinand Shah, Ramsar's descendant, continued this tradition and treated Baons as any other people, largely ignoring hierarchic caste prescription for regulation of social behavior. He considered the four castes and the 36 ethnic groups, which he called Chhattis Varna, as equals. His campaign of unification has been successful in part because he had been able to recognize ethnic and regional pride and self-esteem among his followers. Rather than supporting orthodox caste practices, he encouraged Baon to be soldiers and professionals. He said that he had soldiers from four different people, namely Baon, Mughal, Thakuri, and Khas, indicating that he saw Baon as being an ethnic social group without recognizing the association with caste. He certainly treated and employed Baon in a way different from their monastic background, since they constituted part of his effective military force, which is unthinkable in any kind of orthodox situation. Among the documents of that time, there is no reference to the Chetri. So, is no reference to the Chetri, who were scarce in the Gandaki areas until then. Baon families from the areas around Gorkha, Lamjung, and Tanahu have been more enterprising, adopting and progressive than their counterparts in the areas west of them. In the west, they have been more successful in imposing monastic values to the indigenous people and thus kept them fatalistically hierarchic and backward. Probably it was for this reason that Kathmandu Prithvinand Shah advised his people not to trust the caste bound from the areas east and west. The bound of Gandaki region, as with the bounds of the Kirat region, migrated well after the time of their initial impelled movement into Nepal, consequently into the Islamic and other invasion of the Gangetic plains. They were less idealistic, forced to move primarily by economic circumstances rather than cultural or ideological infringement and oppression. With no caste panchayat to regulate behavior, the economic motivation in turn facilitated a drift towards unorthodoxy, as their traditional vocations, centered on the priesthood, failed to find viable support among the people. They were reduced to doing physical labor in order to survive. With time, in some areas, being a bound simply meant being a member of just another ethnic group, and they worked in all occupation and even practiced diverse religious belief with local origins. While there may have been bounds of in these areas, then the presence of caste principles and the influence of fatalism was not directly proportionate to their members. Generally, it may be claimed that the absence of fatalism and stratified hierarchy in Gandaki region facilitated Gorkha's successful reunification of the country, The people there, including many achievements-oriented bound individuals, remained ambitious with a strong sense of what they could personally achieve, a motivation crippled under the fatalistic tenets of caste system. Ramsar's code appealed to all Nepalese who responded to its innate egalitarianism, a sense of justice for all, unlike Manusmriti codes which promise legal discrimination and institutionalized social oppression. Such egalitarianism was consonant with their own sensibilities. Soon it became famous throughout the 24 kingdom of the Gandhiki region, and people began to come to Gorkha for proper justice. The adage for knowledge go to Banaras and to Gorkha for justice became widespread. Kirkpatrick, a British East India Company official, visited Nepal in 1793, wrote of the Gorkhales that the superior class of these people admitted of considerable freedom in a carriage and the conversation of the lower order, whom they were very rarely affected by the keep at any distance. Nor was this sort of easy intercourse confined to particular description of men. It existed equally among the military and civil ranks, the private soldier being as unembarrassed and forward to deliver his sentiments in the presence of an officer of whatever degree, as a fisherman or porter before a minister of state and governor. At the same time, this frankness of manner was never seen to degenerate into rudeness or disrespect. This clearly indicates the prevalence of native egalitarianism and not the hierarchic social order of hierarchic caste system. This came in much later to the Gorkhales, especially after the introduction of the legal code of 1854. Khasan Prithunayan Saha established his reign over united Nepal in 1768 with the help of Khas, Mughals, Baun and Gurung people of the Western Hills. And these people politically have been a significant force in the whole of Nepal since that time. As was stated in the last chapter, the Khas were the Indo-European origin and spoke one of the Aryan dialects, while Mughals and Gurung spoke Tibeto-Burmese. Their economy was based mainly on pastoralism and animal breeding, but in every other respect, they were similar to other hill people. In fact, the text, the Manusmriti, Dharma Shastra, Code of Conduct, treated and described the Khas in exactly the same way as Tibeto-Burmese speaking Mongolid people, such as Gurung, Mughals, and other Kirat groups. Khas and Kirats are mentioned together along with Dravida, Dharada, Shakha, and so forth, and are said to have become lower status by not observing the rules prescribed by Brahmins. But recently, Kshatriyized Khas were led to believe that they were caste Hindus and had Rajput background. The Khas people who settled in the Kathmandu Valley and helped develop the caste code in the 19th century under the Dor Bahadur's leadership did not realize that their ancestor in the Western Hills had come into contact with stratified caste principle in the 16th century, little earlier than other ethnic groups living in the areas east of them. Real confusion among the castes began from the 16th century, after some of the powerful families took the title Thakuri. Only along with the caste status of Chetri and other less powerful yet ambitious and pretentious families assumed the title Chetri, wore the ritual trade and become the clients of bound priests. Every ruling prince and whatever ethnic background took the title Thakuri around this time. Also, around this time, pundits began to circulate the idea the term caste means fallen, and this caused irreparable and incalculable damage to the spirit of integrity and pride of caste people. Thakuri and the newly converted Chetri began to despise their own kinship, and the common people began to feel ashamed of being caste. Such any successful caste and Mughal people began to conceal their background and isolate themselves from their own people, and not only by assuming the title of Chetri, but also by commissioning the priest to create fictitious genealogy relating them to the plain people of India rather than of their own people. Once connected with the Rajputs of India, they would be viewed of as having been created for the purpose of ruling by the god himself. By inference, therefore, anyone who was not a convert himself or a Kshatriya and did not have genealogy to prove the pedigree was not worthy to be ruler. Consequently, the proud and the mighty caste who had maintained their own state and identity for about 1200 years beginning from the 3rd century, and who had commanded one of the largest empires in the history of the entire Himalayan region for the 400 years, ended by becoming the much despised Matwali alcohol drinking caste. And at this later stage, some of these Matwalis, reluctant to identify themselves as caste, attempted to call themselves Chetri or Thakuri, but others would not allow them to assume the title without qualifying adjectives Matwali. Consequently, there are a large number of Matwali Thakuri and Matwali Chetri in the far western region of the Upper Karnali watershed today. While the castes have vanished from the ethnographic map of Nepal, most of the aristocratic castes commissioned bound priests to initiate them so they could wear the sacred thread and take the title of Chetri. Others who already could not afford or did not care to pay the bound priests and yet later the title coveted the title of Thakuri and Chetri gradually began to call themselves Matwali Thakuri and Matwali Chetri, while the bulk of the caste was simply Matwali. The same process was subsequently adopted by the aristocracies and among the high altitude Bhote, Mughals, Kurung, who claimed the title Thakuri for themselves. Even though not all of them wear the traits today, the trend among such people, with few exceptions among the Buddhist Thakuri, was to claim their origin in India. The northern Himalayan region, except at very high and cold altitudes, there is no region today where bound families have not settled and have not helped the local rulers to adopt the high caste status. But the cold climate and the ice-fed cold water is not congenial for bound rituals, as this involves frequent bathing in fresh water and cleansing the premise with it too. Partially for this reason, bound have not have a motivation to seek conversion in the high mountain areas. The ruling family and the nobility in Mustang, located in the high Himalayan region, are the only people who did not adopt Hindu high caste status. The local culture is too rich and colorful to abandon in favor of Hindu caste rituals, and the Raja of Mustang, with about a dozen of families who are his kin and affians, have only the family name and the status of Thakuri without the ritual traits, and accompanying bound pressed. The northern Himalayan region was always inhabited by the people of Tibetan origin who were followers of Tibetan form of Buddhism, Lamaism. Most of these people practice the oldest form of Lamaism, as they were always being remote from Lhasa and the capital of Tibet. In places such as Mustang and Dolpa can be found the oldest form of Lamaism, including pre-Buddhist Bonpo monasteries. Occasionally, however, an itinerant fugitive Lama of one of the larger reform sects would arrive in these remote areas, and gradually the full range of Tibetan religion forms were represented there. With the dispersion of Tibetan Buddhists out of Tibet, a sizable community was established in Kathmandu Valley, so that Tibetan culture and Buddhist ideology is again having some impact on Nepal. The Tarai. The Tarai of Nepal have a slightly different history because of variation in geographic and ecological condition compared to the hills. Apart from the most recent migration, the majority of Tarai people are indigenous. The Tharus, Rajbangshi, Koche, Meche, Dhimal, Satar, Dhanuar, and the Dhangars have always been there. Tharus are the most numerous among them. None except the Rajbangshis and Maithili people seem to have followed the hierarchic Hindu religion until the migration of high caste Hindus from the southern plains in the areas during the 19th century. All of them, therefore, continued to practice primitive animism, worshipping spirits and many different objects of phenomena. Some of the Tharus have shamans or the medicine man. The healers called Guruba, while others only have ordinary spirits, medium, and healers. The Rajbangshi, meaning belonging to royal lineage, adopted Brahmanic form of Hinduism during the medieval period. Originally, these people were called Koche, but adopted their new name, which was meant to make them equivalent to Rajput. Other Koche adopted Islam. Today, there are three distinct cultures practicing three different religions in the Tarai plains of Nepal. There are Hindus in the plains with the caste group intact, who are mostly found in the eastern Tarai district of Saptari, Siraha, Mahotari, Dhanusha, Sharlahi, and Rautahad. Morang, Jhapa, and Chitwan were full of indigenous people until recently, but they are now outnumbered by immigrants from hill. The entire western region was dominated by indigenous people like Tharu until quite recently. When the hill people began to move down, most of these indigenous people practiced shamanistic religious tradition privately, while accepting Hinduism in public, especially in attending festivals. The third group of people who have moved into parts of Tarai are the Islamic Muslims, who have been there from the middle of the 19th century. In all Nepal, caste division and stratification are most pronounced among caste Hindus in the district of Eastern Tarai. Most caste groups are found in this district, and therefore society there can be said to function according to established principle of caste. The Eastern Tarai, particularly from Rautahad to Saptari, is predominated politically by high caste people who are rich and powerful. The poor lower caste forms the majority but are dominated by these high castes, being dependent on them for their livelihood. However, recently, the increasing investment in construction projects and the development of an industrial infrastructure has created more jobs for the poor in the Tarai, severing their dependence on the high caste landowners, thus decreasing economic dependence for both social and political independence as well. Uh, so that the future of the caste system in this area is increasingly in doubt. Is the Eastern Hills. The Eastern Hills, which largely comprise the Kirat areas, were not high-rise because the Bahan did not arrive in the area until much later than their appearance in the Kathmandu Valley and the region to the west. They began to trickle through only after the unification of Kirat region with the rest of Nepal. Most of the Kirat east of Sunkosi River, namely the Jimi, the Rai, the Yakha, the Hayu, the Jiral, and the Thami and the Limbu practice their own religion with their own gods and goddesses, priests and spirit mediums. Their various gods remained in ascendance even after the introduction of Hindu deities. Among the Kirats of the eastern hills, most influenced by the caste system because of their proximity to Kathmandu, are the Sunivas of Tamakoshi Valley. The Limbus are the least affected by the caste system because of their geographically distance. In the Far East, the Bahans themselves were much influenced by the independent natured Limbu. The Bahn of Polo Kirat behaved very differently from their counterparts in the western hills and the Maithili area of the eastern Tarai. In the west of Nepal, the migrant Bahuns wanted to preserve their own faith and ritual practice in the Karnali basins. For them, there was a matter of survival of their culture. The persistent strategy of the Bahuns was to attach themselves to the local aristocracy, whom they would with concocted genealogy, but an aristocracy is not a characteristic of social organization of the Kirati group in the East, which was tribal egalitarian group, so that the Bahuns were less able to establish any kind of footing in Kirati society. Instead, in the Kirati mind, the Bahuns represented an attempt at political and cultural intrusion by the Kathmandu authorities and were resisted as a politically subversive force. Further, by the time Bahuns entered the Kirat region, they had been greatly secularized. Their belief diluted with local hill tradition and their ritualistic discipline relaxed. Not all Bahuns could find a living functioning in the capacity of priests, and this forced a considerable modification in their lifestyle. They appear to have become more pragmatic and future-oriented, and less fatalistic. It has become almost impossible to find an orthodox Bahun in the entire Mechi zone. Local shamans, priests, and spirit mediums continue to have a stronger influence than Bahun priests over the local priest. Caste flexibility and the caste panchayat. The caste structure is not as impermeable as it is sometimes thought to be. It is possible over several generations to improve one's caste status. The untouchables cannot change their status as a group. However, there is always ways available for individuals to change the caste status by means of acquiring education, economic prosperity, political support. It also requires that individuals remain isolated from other members of the low caste group, so that they must be strong, so must be strong enough to withstand the social pressure to conform and stay in the caste of origin, as well as social pressure from the targeted group to remain low caste. Few few survive this double pressure without becoming strong alienated from society as a whole, and the personal cost has been great. The situation at the other end is similarly rigid. No bounds is allowed to practice a priestly job once caste status is lost through prohibited behavior, but this does not exclude them from high caste secular position in economic and political life. The bound community has very different leverage in imposing sanctions against the unorthodox behavior of any members of their caste. The caste panchayat are simply not strong enough. Individuals, even in rural areas, enjoy much greater freedom compared to their counterparts in similar situation in India. Generally speaking, caste regulation in Nepal has never been applied strictly because of they have never been sufficient number of bound community who has been assertive to except in exclusively Maithili speaking Hindu caste communities in eastern central Tarai districts. Many bounds, particularly in the outer region with little history of hierarchic caste practice, have lapsed into unorthodoxy. For example, it is common in these areas for bounds to marry either cross caste or in an irregular manner, marrying divorce, see capture women marriage, etc. The offspring of this irregular marriage are and of those who otherwise have been just impure are known as Thaisi. The offspring of the mixed marriage, while being the Chedu status, retain their family surname. Consequently, Consequently, there is a much larger number of people with bound family surname in Nepal than that are pure Upadhyaya bound. Since bound ethnical norms do not restrict the Thaisi in any way, they manage to be far more competitive in the real world of politics and business than the pure bounds. Caste systems are more marked by exceptions than by their rules in the Kathmandu Valley, and the Jaipurs are the best example of this. They had never observed strict caste rules, even though regulations promulgated in the 14th century classified them as low caste Sudras, yet some of the rituals dependent on their service traditionally used them in a way that it would be considered polluting if the caste system were strictly observed. For example, they have the responsibility of carrying many sacred rituals objects at important festivals in the Kathmandu, which in India would be considered defiling behavior with serious consequences. Without Jaipurs, there would be Without Jaipurs, there would be very few ritual ceremonies and festivals, and the Matsendra chariot, the Kumari Bhairav, and the Ganesh chariots during Indra Jatra would not be carried around the cities of Padun and Kathmandu. Their society is structurally complex with many different caste groups, but they fail to observe rigid principles of the cleavage and vertical hierarchy. There is no caste group solidarity anywhere comparable to that existing in parts of India, which is maintained through the functioning of caste panchayats and councils. Whenever Whatever socially regulative councils were operative among the Newar originated before the introduction of caste system and have a professional or trade basis, caste panchayats do exist elsewhere in Nepal, but their power is inconsiderable. Typically, each caste has a caste panchayat, including the untouchables. Caste panchayats are council of elders who come together to adjudicate or settle intra-caste disputes or make judgments concerning violation of proper caste behavior. Example: breaking caste taboos or violating the marriage rules in unequal caste relation. Though its functions are mainly judicial, the caste panchayat is not integrated in the formal legal system. If a determination is challenged, then an appeal is made to the district court. Village councils, which are sometimes called panchayat, also fill these general judicial functions. In some areas, there were both caste council and village councils. This is true of caste villages found mostly in Tarai, in hills. In ethnic communities, there are no caste councils, just village councils. Decisions in these councils are based on the local tradition, and older people are generally preferred as members because they have the greatest experience and knowledge of these traditions. There is no use of physical punishment in the Hindu system, and no forms of incarceration for the convicted offenders. Instead, punishment consists of loss of caste status, uh, ostracism, fines, or the offenders is granted forgiveness, which is a sanction to the extent that it involves humiliation, as the offender must admit to the offense, throw himself on the mercy of the council, and then thank the council for their leniency. For everyone who is committed to the caste system other than the untouchables, the greatest sanction is the threat of losing caste status. Social ostracism is another form of punishment meted out by the caste panchayat, and this can be particularly devastating in a village society. To survive in the village agricultural community, cooperation is often essential for plowing, harvesting, or building. To be socially ostracized is, in effect, a form of social death that must result in extreme hardship to the offender. Fines are the least powerful punishments in the caste area and typically involve very small amounts. Such fines are again essentially a form of humiliation, and their payment and admission of the mistake. When the caste status is lost, the typical response is for the offenders to migrate to some totally new area and to pass as a member of desired caste. Passing is not restricted to a fugitive from the caste panchayat, but it is a widespread practice in Nepal. People even attempt to pass as bounds, which is manageable as long as they do not pretend. Decreasing significance of caste. Though the caste system do not have any official recognition at the state level, there are quite a few people at higher levels who see benefits in maintaining the structure. In an attempt to revitalize the caste system, they have been trying to use the privileged position of the king to have caste legitimized in an indirect way. In the coronation ceremony of His Majesty King Birendra in 1975, pro-caste element contrived to have king anointed by bound Kshetris, Vaishya and Sudras. For this purpose, a Limbu was nominated as a Sudra, a Shrestha as a Vaishya. This gap calls for alienation to a large section of Sestra and the Limbu population who were insulted to be placed in this low status role. It was a political mistake, for it may have flattered the egos of few orthodox pundits trying to impose caste attitude, but it did not convince the majority of Nevas and the ethnic community of their respectable place in Nepali society. Subsequently, some press initiated a fourth of Major Kirat group and rise into Kshetri status. This act of initiating Kirat boys into Chhetri status is a total contradiction with the earlier act of treating a Limbu, another Kirat group, as Sudra. These are typical example of expedient behavior Nepali society has been subjected in the recent years. The caste system in Nepal has always been unique and not copied something from abroad. The reason is that it had to adapt and adjust to the socio-cultural system with a very different background. Some of those who accepted the caste system and its accompanying belief system succumbed to the tendency to reorient away from Nepali society towards India and developed a belief that India was superior culture. Indian Hinduism was taken as an ideal. Recently, as an Indian Hindu upper class itself becomes less attached to caste, this Indian alienation from caste has been echoed among the high class in Nepal as well. Those who have traveled outside the South Asia have broadened their perspective and appreciate the limited and archaic nature of the caste. The abolition of caste laws, differential punishment for non-offenders of different castes for the same offense in 1963 has done much to change the attitude of people towards caste structure. Caste and ethnicity. The Thakuri, Chetri, Matwali people in the farthest western hills of Nepal are not divided rigidly by caste cleavages. Economic and political consideration tends to divide people rather than caste distinction. All the major group of people eastward from the far west to define ethnically rather than by caste, such as Maga, Tharu, Gurung, Thakali, Sherpa, Tamang, Shunwar, Thami, Rai, Limbu, Dhanuar, Dima, Litishi. Increasing agitation by pundits in support of nationwide extension of caste system has had a direct influence on consolidation of ethnic identity of these various groups within Nepali society. This increased sense of ethnic solidarity is a result of the defensive reaction against the intrusive and dominating activities of the Chetri. The various groups of people who do not have caste grouping have no way of maintaining group solidarity other than through their ethnic groups. This led to emphasis on ethnic identity. Ethnic Matwali groups are aware that once they identify themselves as Hindus, they will be placed as a low social status and will be at disadvantage. As a result, we are beginning to see assertion of ethnic organization for political and economic rights. There has been some exploitation of this ethnic dissatisfaction by political activists, and some members of the various ethnic groups are rallying under the slogan ethnic rights to fight the high caste Hindu domination. But this development is not unique to Nepal. It is quite common where ethnic minorities feel they have been discriminated against. Clifford Courage, who observed this particular phenomena in areas around the world, states that it is the manifestation of the desire to be recognized as a responsible agent whose wishes, acts, hopes, and opinion matter, and it is the desire to build an efficient, dynamic modern state. It is a search for an identity and a demand that identity be publicly acknowledged as having a social assertion of the particular of assertion of the self as being somebody in the world. Many Nepali intellectuals are beginning to echo the same opinion, as will be clear as if we look at a viewpoint expressed by Prayagraj Sarma. He suggests that a new basis of national integration will have to be found to give the country a new strength of unity. Our true search should be to continue to find harmony in group relationship, but the values on which they are to be based must be compatible with the time. Within Kathmandu, social relations between dominant caste group and ethnic minorities are complex, as will be fully elaborated in later chapters. Social life in the capital is greatly influenced by key caste values and interpersonal styles, and prominent among these is the requirement of membership in appropriate social groups that are called aftermanche. From for one to make any kind of social progress or get things done, one must have the correct aftermanche connection. These aftermanche connections are not necessarily caste based, but membership to them takes time, knowledge, and the right kind of support elsewhere. These resources are rarely available to the ethnic minorities member newly arrived in Kathmandu from some remote region, and hence this kind of person will always tend to be excluded from an effective social and political life there. This is not so much a matter of discrimination because membership of an ethnic minority group or because of low caste status, but is a form of social exclusion in the absence of other qualifications necessary for group membership. Ethnic minorities then are disadvantaged and excluded in Kathmandu by default. Ethnic minority members attempting to make their ways into the modern world also are prone to experience a special form of acculturation, as will be seen in the chapter on education. Ethnic minority families are typically very poor and dependent on their children's labor for survival and cannot afford the luxury of spending them to school, which tends to be reserved for upper caste or upper class children. Those that do get an education are therefore from elite families. Ethnic minority members who are able to go to graduate school tends to adopt high caste attitudes as as the permeability in Nepali caste system offers the hope of caste mobility. The hierarchic attitude is often developed, and part of process essentially requires the rejection of low caste or ethnic background. As a consequence, the ethnic community loses loses uh, the ambitious and mobility who still have long way to go to be accepted as a higher caste, and which may be possible only for descendants. The ethnic minority member is therefore in some kind of social and existential vacuum, having tenuous repressed connection with ethnic antecedents and a dubious position within the caste society of the capital. The high caste attitude at that point provides the only immediate and even remotely accessible social reality, which again forces the individual into reorienting to the hierarchic caste perspective. As an objective, the higher status will always be unattainable. The consequence is often the eventual breakdown of the defense mechanism of ethnic individual, with demonstration of erratic behavior and loss of motivation. Few ethnic Matwalis are successful, and even when this is so, they are often have frustrated, bitter, and difficult personalities, must turn their grievances into political activity of essentially revolutionary kind. The typical indices of failure is acculturation and ethnic conflict are largely obscured in Nepal. Delinquency is ignored and even not recognized. There is little awareness of the existence of mental illness other than psychotic breakdowns. No, no, no generally useful statistics has been collected for measuring the pervasiveness and form of failures in acculturation. It is therefore difficult to examine the extent to which these different ethnic groups are prone to alienation and what the social cost of this alienation is to the nation. Though it is obscured, it is nonetheless there. In some extent, the absence of visible alienation and social conflict is consequent to the economic nature of Kathmandu, which does not have many industries and is generally not seen as a place of opportunity, except for those who have administrative ambitions. Hence, there is little urban drift in Kathmandu, and there is no developing slum areas and rural migrants who have left their homes hoping for some opportunity to improve their lot. Kathmandu attracts mainly prosperous and upper class people, those who, with economic ambitions among the various ethnic groups, go to Tarai and even go to India. Becoming an expatriate is the common alternative for the frustrated but ambitious ethnic group members. What a reference. The high caste system was legalized for the entire country in the Code of 1854. Brahmanism refers to that development beyond Vedic tradition, based traditionally in Puranas, which heavily emphasizes fatalism through its stress on karmic determination, from which has developed the social organization of the Varna and caste system, sometimes spelled Maso and in Upper Karnali Vishan Maito. The caste people in Kumar Hill beyond the western borders of Nepal in Kathmandu have a similar situation in relation to Brahmanism. To get around the significance of merchant class in Newar society, they have to compromise by using class terms Shrestha, being noble, to apply to the Newar merchants, placing them at the level of Kshatriya caste. It is interesting that much earlier than Janga Bahadur, some Mughals took the title Rana. Today, no one takes seriously the suggestion that Rana Mughals are the Rajput origin because they did not succeed in securing power and wealth, as was done by Janga Bahadur, his brother, and their descendant. Due to lack of historic sensitivities, some people continue to treat Newars as separate ethnic groups without recognizing their origin as the urbanized descendant of migrants group from many different ethnic people of Nepal. Taking an average for 1955-56 through 1960-61, the paddy yield per hectare of arable land in Japan was 4.56 and 2.54 tons in China, which is the highest in the world. Around the 18th century, the paddy yield in Kathmandu Valley reached 3.9 tons per hectare. Today, the average yield is of Bulu, one of the Japu settlement of the valley, is 4.3 tons per hectare. Vidya Hare Khasi Janu, Insaf Hare Gorkha Janu. This Khas language came to be used as a lingua franca of the region west of Kathmandu from the 14th century and through the entire country from the 18th century. Nepali language is this Khas language. The adoption of Nepali is a national language later gave advantage to its native speaker politically at the cost of others, non-Nepali speaking people, including the Newar speakers of the Kathmandu Valley. Gus further suggests that there is no single established method or strategy that the minority people would adopt in order to make their points of view heeded. There are several ways of doing this. An extract from his text will make the point clear. When we speak of communalism in India, we refer to religious contrast. When we speak of it in Malaya, we are mainly concerned with racial ones, we, and in Congo with tribal ones. But grouping under common rubric is not simple adventitious. The phenomena referred to are in some ways similar. Regionalism has been the main theme in Indonesian disaffection, reference in custom in Monacan. The Tamil minorities in Shillong is set off from Sinhalese majority by religion, race, uh, region and social custom. The Shiite minority in Iraq is set off from the dominant Sunnis virtually by intra-Islamic sectarian difference alone. Pan-national movements in Africa are largely based on race. In Kurdistan, on tribalism. In Laos, the San state, and Thailand, on language. Yet all these phenomena, too, are in some sense of a piece. Chapter 3: Family Structure and Childhood Socialization. This brief chapter is a prelude to the succeeding one, detailing certain peculiarities of socialization that may be of interest in understanding personality characteristics and interpersonal styles, which have an effect on Nepal's response to development in the past 40 years. It is only an overview of socialization practices based on my own fieldwork and attempts to briefly consider issues that are frequently addressed by cultural anthropologists as a background to an examination of socialization practices. The chapter begins with a discussion of the nature of the family and the role of women in Nepali society. Families in Nepal tend to be nuclear, except among a few upper-class business families in Kathmandu and some land-owning families in the Tarai who live in large joint families. In the absence of any security for old age, except for government employees, the elderly needs to be overlooked after by their sons and daughter-in-law. Therefore, it is quite common to find old people living with their married sons. With these exceptions, the standard pattern for families tends to be husband, wife, and their unmarried children, and this is true of the entire country. Presently, old age security and age-related problems of senility, loneliness, and healthcare are largely taken care of within the family. Many people among the high Hindu caste families worry more about their next life than about old age and are interested in having as many sons as possible to maintain the ritualistic practices necessary for a successful afterlife. To ensure these many people continue to have children till they have one or more male offspring. There are cases where people with large family of female children continue to have babies in hope of having at least one male child. This affects their attitude towards family planning. Family planning has therefore been less effective among high caste Hindus than among low caste and other non-caste ethnic people in rural Nepal. There is always a strong bond between the living and the dead in Nepal in the form of a reciprocal dependency. Ancestors are believed to be dependent on the living descendants, and the livings are dependent on the dead for the sense of security. Dead relatives are called Pitri, the ancestors. People believe that they are dependent for their prosperity and welfare on their Pitri, who are believed to take care of all inexplicable problems and prospects that the people within the family may have. Thus, everyone tries to appease them and keep them happy by offering them the food that they think their Pitri would like most. In many ways, the ancestors become easier to handle and please since they do not interact directly with the living, hence are not subject to interpersonal conflict. At the same time, they reinforce self assurance. There is, in fact, greater concern for dead relatives than for living ones. This also explains why there is no elaborate rituals for the dead who die young, before marriage, and without children. The elaborateness of ritual is related to the dependence of junior on the senior, who are more powerful and experienced. If someone dies young, they do not have experienced the power that warrants particular attention. Women in Nepal generally have equal status except among Baun Chetri, Baun Thakuri, and some middle and upper level Chetri. Since the population of high caste people is not large, the percentage of women who are underprivileged in comparison to men is relatively small. However, the educated and articulate section of women invariably come from among the high caste Hindus and tends to present the different situation differently. Women, like men, have specialized jobs. Even in our agriculture, there are differences in the jobs assigned to men and women, while in the domestic sphere, women hold more power and authority than their men folks. Women remain tied to the homes, and this leads to assumption that women enjoy less freedom than men in general. But there are many examples to show women are treated as equal to men. The Newar women of Bulu, the Tharu women of Dang, the Kham Magar of Tabang, the women in Baragaon has been presented as a status of women studies series, showing that they are by no means treated as unequals. Similarly, equality and freedom among Rai women have been described by MacDougall, among the Limbus by Jones, among the Sherpa by Führer Hemmendorf, among the Ranatharu by Kailali by Bista, and among Tamang by Homburg. Women's specialized jobs are concerned with the maintenance of house, the preparation and processing of food, and the care of the aged and very young. Of all of them tends to keep them at home for a long period of time. This does not necessarily mean that they are less privileged than men, as women are free to go anywhere they attend fairs, festivals, wedding parties, make trade trips, and so forth. Women in rural areas with little education have been elected as panchayat members, and indeed there have been few village panchayat that had a majority of women as their members. For the high caste women, things are very different. The Hindu Dharmasastra, such as Manusmriti, state that women should be under strict control and supervision of their fathers until marriage, under the control of husband after marriage, and another son after the death of husband. A woman without one or other of these male supervisor lives inauspiciously and precariously. Supported by the principles of such disciplinary theories, the high caste males justify themselves in limiting the freedom of their women. A high caste Hindu widow, therefore, cannot attend festivals, occasions like weddings and Vratabandha initiation ceremonies. Orthodox Hindus consider it unlucky and inauspicious to see face of women who is either widowed without a main issue or a spinster. For women of a bound caste, there is a negative value attached to going outside for walks, social calls, or for any other purpose than important work. Therefore, they get very little opportunity to socialize, and are not supposed to know too much or to gossip about their own neighborhood. A woman who knows and talks too much is considered excessive and loose. An ideal woman is close-lipped and active in looking after the husband. Such rules apply to the middle economic level bound Chetri Sresthaneva alone. The aristocracy and upper class ignores all such rules as they consider themselves above common rules, and the poorer people in marginal rural areas cannot afford to observe mainly such stringent rules and are outside the bounds of caste behavior. Typically, marriages are arranged for high caste group, though others aspiring to raise their status and prestige also mimic the practice. Such arranged marriages are successful in the case of Bahuns, in the sense that the marriages are not dissolved or replaced, but this is not the case for Chetris, where the arranged marriage has a high tendency to fail. If the Chetri male loses interest in his wife, he can always bring down another wife. If a Chetri woman loses interest in her husband, she must elope. Hence, women are one who makes the decision to terminate a marriage more often than men. These arranged marriages are most less successful than the non-arranged ones. So that among Chetri of rural areas, one finds the highest rate of elopement than any other group in Nepal. Outside of these high caste groups, there is no common practice of arranged marriage. Among the ethnic communities, what is common is called a capture marriage. In a capture marriage, the bride is captured by a group and his friend and is whisked away into married life. This is now a mock event. Bride and groom are usually girlfriend and boyfriend, and the bride's parents often conveniently absent themselves so as not to interfere with the capture. Being captured is highly desired by women, young ethnic group, as it demonstrates to her and to others that she has qualities that warrant such adventurous act on the part of the groom. Capturing can also be useful in terminating failed marriage when the alternative is available. Prior to 1963, monks married at earlier ages. For girls, even at early as 10 or 11, the grooms could be of any age. Frequently a widowed Bahun, even at the age of 60 or 70, married girls of 10 or 11 years of age. This created a situation where quite a few Bahun women ever were widowed at the early age. Quite a few women were widowed. Sometimes, often before puberty, and were forced by religious rules to maintain as widows for the rest of their lives. Today, there is a legal provision that girls cannot be married before 16. Though in remote regions, marriage still occurs at slightly younger ages. In rural areas, Bahunu women now tends to marry at 16, while in developed urban, the common age is closer to 20. Other non-caste women might marry at age 10, though the typical marriage age for girls is between 17 to 18, and that for boys between 19 and 20. Regardless of age of marriage, women start to bear children right away. In early days, there was no limit to the number of wives that a man could have. The Baun Kshetri males tended to favor multiple wives. The Lama Buddhists in the high altitude practiced fraternal polyandry, which was common among the Tibetans since 1963. Monogamy has been mandatory. The female members of every household have to work at least 12 to 14 hours in average day, 7 days a week, even when the male members of the same household launch around and spend their days in gambling. They have to work on the farm, look after livestock and children, and attend to all the domestic chores, including cooking, cleaning, washing, and processing food for cooking. such as husking, grinding, and polishing grains. Mothering is a primary job for women, and there is much similarity in the nature of this task across caste ethnic boundaries. Among the middle class, modern educated, these general practices are changing. As we shall see, there are also some significant caste differences. Typically, a family will have 4 children. There is a high infant mortality rate, and this possibly affects parents-child relationships both positively and negatively. Breastfeeding lasts until another child comes along, sometimes up to the age of 4 years or beyond. There is a weaning ceremony when child are given solid food or rice at the age of 6 or 7 months, but this is just a ritual, and mothers continue to allow their children to suckle as long as no other child is born. There is no toilet training at all, except that caste children do learn to use their left hand and not their right. Defecation and urination has little social regulation in Nepal, even in adulthood, so that people defecate in the street with minimal privacy and little concern for what their action might mean for others. Babies are carried on the mother's back, facing the mothers, and tied with a large band. The baby's arm movement are unrestricted in their position with their legs tied. At home, babies are free to crawl anywhere, and young children are unrestricted in their play activities, except that bound children are not allowed into the kitchen until they have been initiated. Also, as soon as the bound child begins to move around, they are kept away from the lower caste children. Corporal punishment is given sparingly. Mostly, the mother punishes the child with the flat of the hand. Social isolation is not a common punishment for children, nor is there a threat of withdrawal of law. Other kinds of threat are used to persuade children to behave properly, particularly threat of the dark. For the child, the dark is peopled with imaginary evil. It is also common for mother to curse their children and often swear at them. Curses include death to you, why don't you die, and invoke promises of vengeance, illness, and fatal disease. Women's swear words usually make reference to death and illness, while men tend to make sexual references. Aspersions on the children's competence is also often made in the form of accusation, as aren't you stupid? Bounds on the other hand do not swear and do not fight. There is a strong sense of protection towards the children, and there is always grandparents, older siblings, uncles, and aunts around to regulate the behavior of the children. The child is generally indulged upon till the birth of another child. Toys are usually improvised and homemade, and are miniature of what adults use: pots, pans for girls, work tools for the boys. Little is kept from the children, and there is few sexual taboos. A very close relationship exists between mother and child. In the first 4 years period, the mother watches the child, teaches it to behave properly, and administers punishment. Such a relationship becomes modified only by the advent of younger siblings. Who then receives the bulk of attention, or if there is an older sibling, much of the child rearing task is shifted to this sibling. At 4 or 5, the child begins to work and then starts its separation from the mother. It either has to look after a younger child, especially female, or herd family sheep and goats. The child's task becomes that of driving the goats to a common village grazing grounds, which could be more than 2 kilometers away. The novice 4 years old does not take up full responsibility for good and sins to start off with, but follows the advice of adults in charge, meaning the 8 or 10 years old who trains the youngster. Children also start to play under the guardianship of the older siblings. 4 years old plays improvised games including marbles, water slides, soldier and police, village court, where they make mock adjudication and they play marriage. There are no organized games and with competitive team and complex rules. As a rule, there is no punishment or violent behavior among children. Nevertheless, violent behavior is not common. When it does happen, the children is not specially reprimanded, but instead parents always defend their own children regardless of what they have done. Quarreling is usually verbal. Children are notoriously mischievous, and such mischievousness is actively encouraged by adults other than the parents, who see such behavior as being particularly cute or appealing. Children are thus often exposed to contradictory demands on behavior, when parents encouraging them to behave in one manner and the other adults often encouraging them to behave in another. Such inconsistency eliminates any sense of real appropriateness of behavior and undermines any genuine sense of authority. There is no moral pressure or guilt feeling regarding immoral acts, because there is a little sense of morality instilled in children. A sense of social responsibility is simply not internalized, and social sanctions are often effective in an external form. Only the fear of punishment discourages individuals from doing anything wrong. There is a significant reason why it is important to have many friends, relatives and supporters as Apnamanche in position of importance, so that one can get away with irresponsible behavior without being punished for it. But the failure to internalize social more acts to increase the Nepali orientation to the outside, to intensify the dependence on the external, a fundamental aspect of Nepali characters that will be considered in the next chapter. Children of bound-pressed growth are committing fewer mischiefs than other children, and this facilitates the development of a special regards for freshly bound character in the village settings. Bounds are generally seen as more moral in their behavior, and because of this can pass judgment over the activities of others even in non-caste village. The adverse consequences of this is that, encouraged by the general impression they make on others with regards to their moral behavior, bounds grow in adulthood being self-righteous, but without an ability to be self-critical. They may make critical comments on the values and lifestyle of other community or and ethnic groups, but cannot stand criticism of their own lifestyle. The self-righteousness attitude among the Bahan youth is having a direct repercussion on their behavior pattern of a non-caste ethnic young recently. They are beginning to rebel against the hierarchic order of caste and ethnic groups. They want to be treated as equal. They wanted to be noticed and taken seriously. Since this does not come easily in a society which is dominated by hierarchic caste principle, they are trying to sow their unhappiness through the violence and disregards of civil rules in public. There is an increasing tendency among such youth to try and assert their equal status through rude behavior in the public as well as in private life. By Bahanistic standards, politeness and courtesy is associated with low caste behavior. At least this is how increasingly urban-oriented ethnic youth see it. Of course, all of this is being exacerbated by the increasing exposure of Nepalese to the outside world. The influence of foreign air tourism and the bombardment of statistical interpretation showing Nepalese as the poorest and the most backward has done a great deal of damage to the positive quality of Nepalese in general. If Bahanism destroyed the self-esteem of Nepalese vis-a-vis India in the past the currently expanding international modernism has pushed the Nepalese youth all the way to the bottom of the global economic hierarchy in their own self-image. This has not helped to develop a positive attitude among many of them. A close relationship between the mother and the male child continues until the child can become an assistant to the father's work. At this, at the age or at about 8 or 9, the child becomes generally independent of the mother. By the time the child is 14, it is separated from the mother. Characteristically, an excessive adulation develops for the father, based mostly on the observation of his activities connected with work. It is common to hear a Nepali boy make great claims of their father, who assumes more almost superhuman dimensions. Here are sayings which exemplify the image of father for young children until their late 18. When children attempt to show off in such adventure as tree climbing, jumping over the chasm, or wading across river, if their feat becomes difficult and impossible, they start bragging about their father being the only person in the world who could perform this action. They believe the father can do everything. Very few children are taught to compete or to try to achieve better than their father. Father symbolizes the ultimate in achievement. Besides, assisting the father and good tending continues until the children becomes a usable adult laborer between 14 and 16, by which time he becomes a full-time member of a labor force and is often considered old enough to marry until the 50s. Children of the Rana and upper class families grew up being surrounded by maids, male escort and servants, but usually without any attendant, tutors or governesses. This tended to spoil rather than educate them. Family background rather than personal achievement has thus been emphasized in the process of socialization for the children. There is no concept of children as a separate section of Nepali society. In fact, it is in a large part of the country is, and in the majority of the cases, there is no point at which children cease to be children and becomes adults. The only exception to these is that bound sages, Vajracharyas, Sakya Bhikshus, Chatari and Master Sisters, and the twice born caste among the Tarai Hindus have a practice of initiation, the Vrata Bandha, or the sacred thread wearing ceremonies. For the most part, life is a single continuum with no apparent disjuncture between childhood, younghood, and adulthood. In Nepal, such distinctions are not made in the same way as elsewhere. For example, there is no area that adults think is inappropriate for children. As already indicated, most children grow up learning about sex at early age, and few grow up without knowledge of sexual activities of adults. Many child play mock sexual intercourse at a very early age. As small and immature adults, children are more likely to have the rights and responsibilities of adulthood, particularly the responsibilities of contributing to the economic sustenance of the family. As such, they are expected to work early and, in many cases, are needed as workers for the survival of their family. Families often cannot afford the luxury of letting their children have the time off to attend school, let alone pay for an incidental expense associated with an education. For this reason, education is not viable and is ignored for many in the rural ethnic areas. Dependence on parents is much higher and continues to for a much longer period among Nepalese as compared to other people around the world. In fact, many Nepalese continue to rely on their parents throughout their life and never becomes independent. There is no institution, value system, or education to wean anyone away from parents at any age. Some among the youth try to be independent, at least economically, from their parents, because it is considered good and desirable by modern standards. This is becoming increasingly important for women as well, who have been educated and wants to enjoy freedom from traditional domination of males and of the senior females of their family, of their husband's family after marriage. But there has not been much evidence of educated women winning their husband away from the dependent psychology which maintains to develop their parents at an early age. A man could be strongly influenced by his wife for all kinds of reasons and for many practical purposes, but his dependency deep inside upon his parents rarely diminishes. People at any level of society and within any ethnic, caste, or linguistic groups are never taught to be independent from their parents. A man may be very successful, but it is not expected to be independent ritually, socially, or psychologically. Many traditional rituals have to be conducted by fathers and older siblings, even after everyone within the family has achieved adulthood and economic self-sufficiency. The importance of father, especially among the upper class families, does not diminish as long as they live. Until 1950, the Rana government did not recognize any personal talent, ability, or academic qualification except proper parentage. Important positions were held by the sons of important fathers, regardless of the capabilities of the incumbent candidate. The tradition of primogeniture venture among the British and Japanese may have helped in developing a strong and conservative cultural tradition through the firstborn and a very adventurous, competitive, and independent attitude among the junior siblings. The Nepali tradition of equal distribution of poverty among all male children and of a protective and patronizing attitude towards junior children, especially the youngest, helped develop the dependency syndrome to the extreme. Beyond personal inclination and compatibility, there is no preferential treatment or expectation between specific male children, either by law or tradition. Therefore, children usually compete for paternal attention and share of paternal property. In most cases, a young man stop depending on their father if they find an attractive, find an alternative father figure to look after them. This can be one of the many possibilities. The Gurkha soldiers, for example, develop this dependency on their superior officer in the British Army. In another situation, the poor and helpless address and consider their patrons or mentors as the father figure. It is common to address the king as the father of the nation, which is not the common thing as saying in the Western sense. The founding father or the city fathers, nor can it be compared to the biological relationship. In case of separation or death of the father, a mother takes charge of the minor children only if there is no male member of the household of the deceased. In Nepal, if a marriage breaks down, it is always the father who takes care of children and never the mother. In most cases, when growing up, children are kept busy assisting their parents. Usually, there is a certain degree of gender differentiation in the sense that boys tend to assist their fathers and girls tend to help their mothers with chores in the kitchen, washing, laundering, and in taking care of junior siblings, though they are socialized at the early age to assume gender appropriate adult role behavior. The Nepali youth are remarkably free from restraint in any form. This is not the case with bound children, especially in priestly family. While growing up bound child is a priestly family is taught, and he is the cleanest and most pure, the best, the elite, the closest to God with the special spiritual qualities, But they are also taught that these qualities are fragile and can be easily compromised through the introduction int, through the introduction of pollution. Pollution that is often used is something which they learn to fear at an early stage, and the source of pollution are the great bulk of people around them. The child of a priest cannot participate in singing, dancing, playing or sports, or and more stay away from all the other children. In today's secular context, the school activities such children are encouraged by their parents to only recite poems and make speeches, while most other children participate in dancing, singing, and in competitive sports, as well where socialization takes place among children of different castes and ethnic backgrounds. If some kinds of injury is done to the children of the priestly families, they cannot retaliate, not only because violence is not an option for them, but because retaliation might require physical contact, and leads to pollution. They are consequently fearful of possible hostility, which makes them appear timid. Priests cannot work because work is a low caste occupation. Though their boys will go and tend goats, sheep, and cattle, they will never begin a work apprenticeship in a productive field. Instead, they will be taught by their fathers to be literate in Sanskrit and will be taught the ritual activities and their priestly callings. Options other than that of priesthood are slim, and other administrative jobs can come by only if the family is favorably positioned with the people in authority. Apart from that, bound priests often face a very precarious economic existence which they cannot ameliorate through casual labor. Consequently, one often finds them in poverty. This constant trait of poverty also adds to their sense of insecurity. This this strong sense of insecurity makes them constantly unhappy and nagging in temperament. In a survey conducted by a sociologist among people of various castes and ethnic backgrounds in Chitwan district, it was found that the Bahuns were the unhappiest of all. Many thousand Bhotes were much poorer in economic resources, but they were reported to be more satisfied with life. It is within this contradiction or that the youth in a priestly family, although isolated and highly insecure, must grow to be an elite. They are always a minority because once their population in a particular village expands, there are not enough clients to go around, and they have to split and move on. Their original background is one of expulsion or fleeing the Islamic jihad to preserve a unique and endangered lifestyle. So there is a long history of movement and a strong sense of being continually displaced. They are taught from the earliest age that they are different and that they must maintain this difference. To develop a sense of isolation which is accompanied by the sense of alienation and insecurity. But this is not at all true for ethnic bonds who are not preoccupied with ritual purity or with exclusive caste-related professions. A child's socialization centers on the appreciation of the caste distinctiveness, and the strongest concern becomes that the loss of caste status. Yet, special problems arise for the high caste children as a consequence of the fact that orthodoxy is not rigidly maintained by all high caste families throughout Nepal. There is a loss and developing discrepancies between the ideals of behavior and among behavior and actual manifestation, threatened with the deep fear of pollution. The child of the priest often witnesses bound adults engaging in polluted or otherwise caste inappropriate behavior. When a bound child reared on the purity of his caste discovers a father or close relative privately violating such behavior, then he becomes to share a deep and wicked secret about high caste life. that it masks a certain degree of fraudulence, that the high ideals of purity are often something of a pure facade, and and the sense of superiority is largely undeserved. In sharing this secret pollution of the bounds as a caste, the individual then uh, develop a secondary concern that it will be found out. Unlike the non-bound child, that the bound does not develop a certain inner psychological dynamics that involves guilt, rather than motivating responsible behavior. However, one of the consequences of this guilt is a deep and widespread paranoia that has adverse effect in high caste social organization. This will be discussed in the next chapter. There is one final special difference between high caste member and other Nepalese. The latter is only gradually weaned from the mother, who always enjoys a respected position and a love for her children. This is not the case with the high caste male child. He too is suckled by his mother and develops for her the same close attachment as found with any small child, but the mother, as a woman, is only a second class human being who, in spite of her high caste, is believed to have certain qualities that are also polluting. At the early age, the male child is taken away from his children and is encouraged to redirect his attachment to the father, who provides not only instrumental support in teaching what are considered as professional skills, but who also provides much of the expressive support as well. Further, while family relations of a typical Nepali family are very democratic, with the wife participating on an equal footing with the husband, and where family decisions are taken together, in the high caste family, relations are patriarchal and decisions are taken only by the husband or father. Females are subservient to males, and soon the mother is subject to the demands of her male children. Particularly as they grow older, the high caste child then is never exposed to the cooperative and democratic action, but knows only a social order of stratification and authoritarianism. This stratification becomes their only source of sense of stability and a certainty in a threatening world of difference and insecurity. Any threat to caste system must be a deep personal trait that challenges their most basic sense of who they are. Resistance to any attempted changes in the caste system then is motivated not simply by a favored ideology, but by a defensive reaction to what is perceived as an attack on self. This is the reason that caste related practices persist in many areas of social activities even after more than 25 years of its abolition, officially and legally. There are also special differences in socialization for the children of mixed bound Matwali marriages. The source of most of those in the Chetri caste reference are already being made to the special regards given to the kitchen in the bound household, and that children are kept away from it until initiated into their caste. In the mixed household, things are more complicated. Typically, the father will be bound and the mother Matwali. The kitchen will be divided into various sections with lines clearly demarcating their boundaries. This section locate the areas where the member of the various castes may or may not move. To violate the section boundaries is to pollute the kitchen, which then requires that special intensive cleaning rituals to perform before the kitchen can be brought back into use. The mixed household may include at least 3 castes, if not more, having wives from the Bahan Kshetri and Matwali caste, who must remain restricted in their appropriate areas. The father then eats in a separate area from the children, who eats in a separate area from mother. Other areas in the household, especially the household sanctuary, and similarly restricted areas. The family is thus strongly divided along caste line. The mother here is even more encouraged, is more disparaged than in the purely bound family. Sees Matwali not only a source of potential pollution but the cause for the lower Chitri status of the son of the bound. In many family activities, she is ritually separated from her children at an early age. Among the more established Kshatriya community, the new children Kshatriya faces exclusion and ridicule due to the immediacy of his Matwali background, and there are those who will treat this new Kshatriya, as lower. The Matwali background of the mother, therefore, is often denied, and the mother rejected to preserve status. This serves to compound the tendency of paranoia discussed in relation to the socialization of other high caste children. Mixed children, however, at the level of economic self-sufficiency, does enjoy certain benefits that other children do not. In particular, he will be educated by his father and hence prepared for the high status life, generally in some administrative capacity. Chapter 4: Values and Personality Factors. In examining Nepal's ability to adapt to technological and cultural change, we need to consider not only those cultural values and social institutions that may facilitate or impede adaptation, but also certain characteristics of the Nepali people themselves, their motivation, cognitive abilities, and interpersonal styles. For instance, the study of modernization in Japan has been facilitated by considering the achievement motivation factor. Japan, however, when compared to Nepal, is a relatively homogeneous society. Nepal is multi-ethnic, and this multiplicity in cultural parallels or multiplicity in psychological styles. The emphasis in this book is on that section of Nepali society that currently positions itself as the main intermediary between Nepal's heteronomous society and the modern world. The segment is that of Baun Chetri Newar, and those few among others ethnic groups that have adopted their particular Hindu hierarchic worldview during the past couple of centuries. This chapter will make observations on the salient personality characteristics this segment of society. This personality characteristics will at places be contrasted with those found elsewhere in Nepali society. But a more comprehensive examination of personality factor in these other areas of Nepal must await some other treatments elsewhere. It must be emphasized that the emergent hierarchic subculture being examined here is a minority and is not representative of all Nepali people. However, it is the most powerful subculture and presently determines the pace and characters of Nepal's assimilation into the modern world. The sense of causality and fatalism. Most Nepalese of the present generation, essentially from the Chetri and Baun caste, have been brought up according to a belief system that posits that one's circumstances have been determined by a supreme deity, that their lives have been fated. If one is happy and successful, it is because one must have earned this in a previous life. This is called karma. Karma literally means action, but in everyday use, people do not relate karma to their actions in the present life or in a previous one. The role of one's own personal action is influencing karma is neglected, and instead karma is thought to be predestined and as something which cannot be altered in any way. There is a practice of keeping red ink and a pen, along with a few other ritual objects, in a room where the mother sleeps with her newborn baby on the sixth night after it is born. The popular belief, supported by the priest, is that on the sixth night, Bhavi, Bhavi, the demigod of providence, comes to the house to write the fate of the child on its forehead. Thereafter, one's life is guided at all times by the writing of Bhavi, and it is not possible to really alter one's bhagya, fate, by any deed unless it is of a ritualistic kind aimed at affecting powerful supernatural forces. Sometimes people sew a human skull with its zigzag lines and furrow on the cranium and claim that this is the alphabet of Pali. Many poor Nepalese have a habit of cursing themselves using the edge of their flattened hand and if it were a knife to hit on their forehead to express their frustration over failures, misery, and sufferings. They continue to believe that one can have only what is written on the forehead but cannot have what one sees. लेखेको मात्र पाइन्छ, देखेको पाइँदैन. Under these circumstances, individuals are readily induced to accept powerful external forces as prime mover in the world. Fatalism and achievement motivation. Fatalism greatly affects purposeful problem solving and goal achievement behavior. If the course of events is already determined, then it makes little sense to attempt to independently influence the outcome. Personal effort might have some long-term consequences, but only if it has some resonance as supernatural labels and only within parameters set by a supernatural decree. Consequently, the only kind of action that can influence one's destiny are those with religious merit. The model of such behavior is provided by the Bahun press, so that the traditional activities of the Bahun Pandits are idealized as those most associated with future success. Prayer is open to all, but as prescribed by Manusmriti, only initiated Bahun Pandits can function as press. However, other Bahun activities are being opened to the lower caste, in particular the learned activities of reading, writing, and engaging in debate. By emulating these activities, low caste members often anticipate receiving the social benefit of high caste, eventual identification with high caste status, being educated then has a superstitious connection with high caste, and the advantage of being treated by supernatural powers as a bound. Education is not looked upon as an act of acquiring intellectual power or technical skills, but is another form of ritualistic behavior. One being educated, the worldview of some students may be modified, and acculturation may support the development of genuinely instrumental ideas, but this is not the common response to education in Nepal, and regardless of the level of education attained, fatalism, hierarchic ideas remain the core that determines the behavior of the individual. Verses 1923, chapter 4 of Bhagavad Gita eloquently emphasize the discipline of freeing oneself from desire, purpose, and any instrumental action, and the Bhagavad Gita is highly regarded as by all high caste Hindus. The most important focus construct is understanding possible limitation of Nepali attitude to development are those of achievement, motivation, and the work ethics, which here will be considered co-extensively. Achievement motivation has been of primary interest to anthropologists and sociologists in studying various change in East Asia. Roth Benedict tried to compare the Japanese source of motivation with that of Western Christian society and attributed a sense of guilt to the Christian and a sense of shame to the Japanese as the primary motivational force behind their respective work ethics. By contrast, devotees believe that guilt is still the primary factor at the base of Japanese achievement motivation. Hindu high caste society tends to lack such mechanisms, which are not fostered by its ideologically fatalistic element, and the attitude towards work is quite different. Under this Hindu system, which is stratified and fatalistic, one has to engage in activities which are appropriate to one's caste. Those whose fate it is to be workers continue to work, but though this work does not necessarily lead to any form of result or reward. The caste principle admonishes that action that to be without desire, without a goal, there is purpose to action, but it is purpose known only to supernatural agency. Individuals' aspirations are inconsequential and behavior is submissive to a controlling force that is unknown. Learned Hindus emphasize that the material world is Maya, an illusion, and claim that this is not worth taking seriously. Poverty and deprivation are made bearable with the promise of a better rebirth. Priests even tell the poor and suffering that they are chosen ones of God, that God wished them to remain poor so that they could remain devoted to Him. Prosperity is often interpreted as corruption. Once people get used to poverty and deprivation in this manner, they are not interested in working harder than is necessary for their subsistence. In any case, there is no dignity in labor. High caste people have always despised physical labor and are accustomed to believing, as well as teaching others to believe, that erudition and rituals are the only important things. They believe that material wealth and prosperity are the concern of the vulgar and low. Today's intellectual elite therefore consider it fashionable to condemn or despise anyone who achieves either position or prosperity through personal industry, just as they would condemn a criminal for being antisocial. According to Sankhya philosophy, everything in this world is painful. All pleasure is accompanied by the fear of losing it. One begins to experience pain even before losing pleasure. So, pleasure is impossible via material means. Wise men must reject all material things as they only perpetrate pain and misery. Thus, they must abandon all material, purposeful, self-gratifying actions in favor of self-negation. Ideally, total renunciation involves relinquishing egotism and the cultivation of a state of meditation. At a popular level, even amongst illiterate people, any kind of work is equated with pain, dukkha, and people consider it an act of wisdom to avoid work. The opposite of dukkha is sukha, bliss, which means living without having to work. People who can live without having to work are considered fortunate. As a career objective in modern Nepal, every Nepali tries to have a jagir, a salaried job, where one does not have to work but will receive a paycheck at the end of each month. Candidates still show their zeal and enthusiasm for work at the time of applying for the job, because this is the rule one has to follow. But in such jobs, one is not expected to actually work. By contrast, low caste people have always been hard workers and have been forced to develop very high level of endurance. When opportunities arose, they found that hard work led to economic success. Therefore, in most areas of Nepal, low caste people are fast improving economically when compared to people belonging to high caste. Interestingly, high caste people have begun to feel deprived and increasingly unhappy as soon as their reference world extended beyond the Gangetic basins and they began to compare their status with the global standards, whereas the traditionally low caste people and impure people are beginning to derive much benefit out of the extended market economy. where they can sell their services and products at a competitive rates. Fatalism and responsibility. The sense of responsibility is also affected by fatalism. Fatalism contributes to the development of a personality which is devoid of a sense of internalized responsibility towards society at large. Under fatalism, responsibility is continually displaced to the outside, typically to the supernatural. There is a constant external focus for the individual, as the external is the locus of power, of pleasure and prosperity, and of punishment. The individual simply does not have control. This is a sharp contrast to the Western case, and even to that of the East Asians. Westerners are highly internalized with a strong sense of interpersonal control, and their social behavior is regulated by a similarly internalized sense of responsibility. East Asians have a stronger collective sense and external orientation, but they also have strongly internalized when it comes to social responsibility, a sense of responsibility to family or to a particular member of the family, such as the mother, and the feeling of guilt arising from the driving force behind the achievement motivation. In Nepal, people know that there is work which has to be done, but they also know that this means low status. Anyone who does not have to work but can ask others to work for them is higher in status than those who work when asked by people at higher levels. Anyone who is educated and thereby is in a position to identify with traditional rule of a high caste would never want to work. A great majority of educated people do not work themselves, but expect that others will do what needs to be done by them. When the bulk of educators share this perspective, little work actually gets done. Supported by this value system, people with a choice would not feel guilty for not working. Yet, ironically, the same people do not feel bad about criticizing others for not doing what they themselves would not do. This means that everybody ends up being critical of everybody else, but does not necessarily feel guilty for not fulfilling his own formal duties. Lack of personal responsibilities for work is excused by the belief that it is the supreme God who finishes all incompleted work in any case. Concept of rights, privileges, and obligations take on a special limited meaning in a hierarchic society, in that they exist only in connection with caste. One's social circumstances are basically a matter of fate. Karma denies any possibilities of holding oneself responsible for one's status in society and condition in life. If people are in less privileged position, this is a matter of their fate. To interfere with their lot is to interfere with the divine order and dharmic purpose. People are in less privileged position in order to learn critical lesson in life, necessary for their spiritual advancement, on paralleling the caste hierarchy. From a hierarchic perspective, to make things easy and to improve their lot is to interfere in their growth and jeopardize their life work. Charity is not valid under Hinduism, charity being strongly distinguished from giving alms to the holy. Altruism is suspect. Similarly, one is never obliged to anyone for anything because everything occurs as it should. No sense of obligation is instilled. When a priest receives a gift, he never thanks the giver. It is the giver, the client, who should be thanking the priest for accepting it. For in accepting it, the priest bestows spiritual merits to the giver. Though there are ways of expressing gratitude, thank you does not exist in the Nepali vocabulary, and the new word dhanyabad has been coined recently in the translation of English thanks. Fatalism and the sense of competence. If things are fated, then it becomes difficult to attribute success or failure to individual actions. Personal success must always be contained within limits imposed by social expectations, and these expectations are always low. If one's life circumstances are fated, then personal success based on what is clearly individual effort and capability runs counter to these social expectations. Success due to personal competence is essentially threatened to the social order, which is cemented by rigidities ensured not only by traits of external sanction but by the lack of personal motivation for change. This lack of personal motivation is in turn ensured by perception that personal effort has little effect. A demonstration of personal competence leading to success is therefore both deviant and threatening. The collective response to personal competence then is negative, so that the person who demonstrates competence tends inevitably is to be isolated and undermined. Demonstrated personal competence leading to the success is a clear rebuttal of the fatalistic perspective, and fatalistic society is quick to contain and destroy it. The current dominant value system also does not teach people to accept responsibility for their failures or to accept defeat with dignity and grace. Though it might be part of the universal human condition with an orientation to the external as opposed to the self as a locus of causation, it becomes even easier to blame others or external circumstances for failure. Rarely does failure gets attributed to the deity. Instead, it is deflected on the human realm. For instance, students are not ashamed of failure for which they take no personal responsibility, but get annoyed and or angry when someone else within the system, typically the teacher or the examiner. It applies equally to political workers and business people who are neither willing to take the blame nor ashamed for themselves if they fail in their own responsibilities. Fatalism and the complex social relations. Besides a lack of achievement motivation, there are important interpersonal consequences that accrue as a result of the failure to internalize personal responsibility. A marked outcome of strongly fatalistic belief is that people do not feel bound to keep any form of contractual relations. From the fatalistic perspective, there is no free will or choice in decision making, nor in how an event will unfold. Agreements can only be made subject to fate. If they are completed, it is because they were fated to be completed, and because the parties to an agreement felt bound by it and were determined to see it done. The caste system itself imposes further constraint on the ability to keep contractual relation as a result of collective pressure that compromise the ability to perform responsibly. Individuals are often subject to demands made by people of higher status than themselves. The the service of the low caste will always go to meet the demands originating at the highest level. A low caste patrons may make an agreement for an exchange of goods and services, but this agreement can be readily preempted by any later demands from some upper some higher up. Therefore, it is a common practice for less powerful patrons not to rely on promises and pledge made by an artisan classes such as tailors, cobblers, carpenters, masons, smiths, or any such people who provide skilled or unskilled services. Low caste people by thus develop a reputation for being untrustworthy. Therefore, it becomes a common belief that one has to be born high caste to be able to command respect or trust. Beside contractual relation, the Nepalese capacity for competitive behavior is also compromised by fatalism and hierarchic factors. Many of the models used in planning and economic development of Nepal are based on cultural assumption of economic behavior that may have limited complete applicability outside the society for which these models were originally developed. One such set of assumptions has to do with competitive behavior, as it is through competition that market forces are able to ensure competitive efficiency. Socialist model tends to do away with competition, though this too may be a thing of the past. Fatalism also acts to hinder competition by affecting the strength of self-interested behavior and the profit motive, which are disparaged as low caste, and strategic thought, which violates fatalistic premises. Ancient Nepali society was established and prospered through trade, so that the necessary qualities for the strong economic transformation of the country does exist, but only outside the bound of fatalism and hierarchic behavior. Temporal orientation. Contribution to this widespread sense of fatalism is the peculiar Nepali sense of time. For Nepalese, time is like a flowing river. Very few people think of discrete quantities of water in relation to the flow of river, and similarly, Nepali time is continuously without any sense of beginning or end, or particular division. One day is just like another day, and another 1 year is just like the or following one. Nepali culture does not have a sense of time as present, past, and future. It is always an endless present, and past is usually reckoned only in the transcendental sense. A culture which constantly harps on the theme of the spirituality and the meaninglessness of the material interest reckons time in terms of his life. The life thereafter and the previous life is a cycle of ages and eons. No Nepali child, particularly among caste people, is ever reminded of time as a commodity or a unit within which they can complete only a certain amount of work. In Nepal, there is no sense of wasting time, and as in other individually advanced countries of the world, people are directly or indirectly reminded that life is a continuing present or in a continuum of ages and life sequences. The future is taken seriously only in the sense of life thereafter. People worry considerably about life after death, often often to the detriment of their present circumstances. Many beautiful monuments, temples, water spouts, rest houses, and rest platforms have not been built to improve living condition for the aged or for the sake of others, but only to ensure a better life after death as a result of merit accumulated by such action. The prevalent religious faith does not encourage Nepalese to look back at the past, nor does it encourage planning for the future. Within this transcendentalism, the present is also unreal, transitory, mundane, and a nuisance to be endured, or tolerated. It is not to be taken seriously. The real world of the West is not the real world of high caste Hindus. These are fundamentally different ontologies. Western economic development theorists and foreign aid administrators continually ignore this difference and retreat into their own ethnocentrism, which is of little help in untangling the problems of development facing in Nepal. As a rule, Nepalese do not plan for the future. It is far easier to mentally speculate on the next life is an imaginary hell or heaven than to plan for one's own old age or for even later years. peculiarities in temporal orientation, then interact strongly with the lack of sense of internal personal control and achievement motivation to frustrate the ability for planning, which must surely have important consequences on Nepal's ability to navigate the future. Traditionally, the more free time a person has, the higher or the more important he is considered to be. A busy person is usually running errands for someone higher up, and he cannot be of high caste or high status himself. The Nepali sense of history has become distorted as well, and it is important to note that this distortion, as it perpetuates the separation of Nepali mentality from from the world's view of what is real. There was no interest in historical studies until a few decades ago. The Puranas were considered with history, and it is still so today. And the Pandits, replete with the knowledge of Puranas, still confusing mythical personalities with historical ones, and the ancient Indian cultural history with that of Nepal. Further, life was and is imagined on the basis of an imaginary, unreal past life rather than on projection and planning grounded in a careful study of yesteryears. Myth substitutes history, and mystical images of the future substitute the need for concrete planning. These, these peculiarities in Nepali sense of time have implication in many areas of social, collective, and individual life. Most people live in the present and are principally the summatory in their orientation, rather than instrumental. They squander whatever food, grain, or money they get at once without any consideration for the future. Consequently, they suffer from unnecessary deprivation due to their lack of planning for the future and due to mismanagement of the resources under their control. Being highly consummatory, no savings takes place, and there can be no investments. The society must remain dependent on foreign investment in the future, not simply because of the low economic level of development, but largely because of the constitutional cultural predisposition towards present consumption. There is an awareness that this Nepali sense of time is not shared by other cultures. Some Nepalese have a habit of making a clear distinction between traditional attitudes towards time and punctuality. Such people would even go so far as to identify the difference by using identifiers such as English time and Nepali time. Whenever appointments are made, they would be confirmed by asking Nepali time or English time. By English time, they mean exact and punctual hours of the appointment, but Nepali time refers to a casual appointment later than the time mentioned by at least half an or two, or sometimes even not taking place at all. The use of expression English time is fading since the English presence is no longer so strong after they left the subcontinent, and many other Western people of various nationalities have been visiting and working in Nepal in different capacities and at different levels. Among these Western people are many who do not insist upon or even expect punctuality. They are researchers, university students, volunteers, tourists, hippies, even trekkers, and a variety of others. None of them impose their sense of time on Nepalese they come in contact with, so the English time concept of punctuality is fading. There is exceptions now. Many people are punctual for appointment if they believe that the meeting is significant one and of direct benefit to themselves. However, most people are still totally unaware of the damage they do to their own future by being casual in their attitude towards time resources, and are not able to see the bad effects they might be causing by being an hour late for an appointment. They are insensitive to the inconvenience they cause other other people. Again, the situation is complicated by factors arising from peculiarities in the status system Hierarchy dictates that the person who is to be visited is ranked higher than the visitor. It is acceptable for the most part to be late. The latecomers know that all he has to do is to apologize and he will be pardoned. Forgiving behavior is considered to be high caste. Nepali society considers time as non-essential with no importance of its own. The difference between timely actions and belated actions has no meaning. People are forced to undertake actions quite unwillingly and only when they have no alternatives to escape. This results in either no actions, belated actions, or sloppy actions, all of which combines to keep production at a minimum and economy impoverished. The whole national culture, based on fatalistic values, manages to do everything at the 11th hour. It is only we hope that this culture of timelessness will be replaced, though pundits insist that the concept of timelessness is a hallmark of Hindu civilization. Fatalism and authority. With the hierarchic worldview, the caste system is a direct manifestation of an essential and natural social order. It is the embodiment of an absolute truth, decreed and protected by deity. There is no doubt of its legitimacy, either with regards to it to its overall general or to its particular concrete form. Consequently, it is inflexible and intolerant of experimentation and change. Authority is derived from spiritual necessity and from deity, and is bestowed and ultimately administered by the priest. The primary preoccupation of the bounds is supposed to be with spiritual matters. The agency of the fate or deity in the regulation of society is passed to the Tokuris, Chetris, who rule essentially by divine rights. The Guptas of the Lichuvi period went so far as to proclaim the Gupta ruler is living manifestation of Vishnu. Outside religious context prescribing caste-related social behavior, there has been little formal legal development in Nepali society. As considered above is discussing responsibility. Social regulation is not well internalized in a caste society and is largely the consequence of developed passivity and a lack of motivation for change. Active regulation is secondary to passive acquiescence and must thus be located externally to the individual. In socially applied sanctions, as considered in chapter or on the caste and socialization, the agency for such external sanctions, the caste and village council and family, are not overly developed for these particular functions, and there are few rules or laws that exist to be broken. Punishments are rare and tends to be the form of social exclusion. Therefore, people at higher social or political levels can violate laws and commit offense with impunity. Dependency. In the Nepalese context, the instrumental action mostly take place within a system of dominant submissive relation with dominant force is located primarily at the supernatural level. Though certain segments of society do directly benefits as mediator of such a relationship, that is the priests, they may take advantage of their position, but initially they are not an actively exploiting class. They are victims of the system as well as benefactors, and their benefits have been translated into excessive material advantage, for their purpose is ultimately of a spiritual kind. The priests themselves are not in control of their consequence and are likely alike and are like the other castes equally subjected to determined fate. The submissive character of Nepali may well be a manifestation of a more basic disposition towards dependency in cross-cultural research contrasts in a degree to which a cultural modality tends towards independence and dependence has been made and found to be useful. A study of dependency in Nepal also would seems to be important, and is in particular there is a developed form of dependency that is very characteristic of a Nepali society, an understanding of which is essential to an appreciation of Nepali social interaction. In the previous chapter 1 described something of the pattern of socialization within Nepal and the factors responsible for developing dependency. Late weaning, lack of toilet training, casual parental use of punishment, close supervision at early ages, along with the general indulgence in young all contributes to high dependence. There is no shocking immersion into an adult world of extreme and weighty responsibility as is found in East Asia. There is no training for independence as is found in the West. There is nothing to really mark the end of childhood and the commencement of adulthood. Social responsibilities, especially to aid the family in its subsistence, economic solvency by tending sheep and goat, are assumed early but do not represent a severe disjuncture from previous life. Such work responsibilities are heavily intermingled with play. Dependency is highly characteristic of the Nepali, but can be distinguished from dependency in other culture. For instance, in the Japanese society, where dependence is more upon the mother, unlike Nepal, where it is more on father. Dependency can have positive as well as negative consequences. Positively, it may be a factor supporting harmonious cooperative actions, a hallmark of ethnic village society. Dependency on others and the ready ability to form substitute father figure is also one of the reasons that makes it easier for Nepalese to adapt to strange situations. Whenever Nepalese receive good treatment from anyone and feel comfortable, they begin to identify that individual with a father figure. Some Western people find it awkward when their domestic staff and subordinates announce that you are like a father to me, or perhaps worse, they do not understand what is implied by the comment. Being placed in the role of a father figure, the father surrogate is expected to provide the nurturance of the father, including physical sustenance and general concern for welfare of that individual. The dependent characters, once embedded in this new quasi-paternal relationship, is again complete and secure. In caste structure, the dependent relationship is not a horizontal one between peers with specialized resources, which in exchange becomes the basis of social fabric. Society here is not based on interdependency as it is among various ethnic communities in the West and increasingly in East Asia. Instead, society is based very much on system of vertical dependency which parallels the caste system but is also somewhat separated from it. This paternal dependency may well exist independently of caste. Nepali society emphasizes a continuing superordinate or and subordinate relationship between father and son on the one side and mother and daughter on the other. The potential for father substitution then extends vertically dependent relationship out of family and into the mainstream of society. In Nepal, this relationship outside the family has been institutionalized and is called chakari. Chakari within Hinduism, chakari is an essential concept which means to wait upon, to serve, to appease, or to seek favor from a god. When someone goes to a temple and makes an offering or prayers to the deity, they are performing a chakri. Chakri was officially introduced into a secular life during the Rana period, mainly as a form of control designed to keep potential rivals or opponents away from belligerent activities. These potential rivals were required to spend time generally in attendance at the Rana palaces, where at certain hours the Rana would be able to observe them physically and know that they were not they were not somewhere else fomenting trouble. This was done very formally, usually in the afternoon, and the hours set aside for this purpose were known as chakri hours. With time and practice, chakri was recognized as a criterion for judging loyalty and reliability, and was applied even to less privileged kinsmen as well as other Nepali officials. Anyone who did not appear for chakri was immediately suspected as at least unreliable and therefore unworthy of retaining a job. Promotion for such people was out of question. Consequently, government employees had to perform chakri to ensure job security and in order to be eligible for promotion. Actual job performance was not of paramount importance, although sometimes it could be an added criterion for promotion. Those seeking improvement of life via this practice are called chakari walls, or people practicing chakri. With the end of Ranas, chakri was formally abolished, but by then it has formally installed itself as an integral feature of Nepal's social organization. Though it will be commonly denied, today chakri means an important part of social life and is evident at all levels of government. Typically, chakra is performed in the morning and at the house of a person whose favors are being cultivated. Then there is some assurance of actually seeing him. Some chakra rivals go into the house and remains there for several hours, mostly in the courtyard, do their greetings and then leave. Others perform chakra every other day or irregularly. Besides presenting oneself and offering greetings, other forms of chakra includes offering gifts, either material gifts or gifts in service and favors. For for the important, there will be a number of chakra rituals in attendance every day. The form of the chakra will vary with the status differential between chakra walls and person to whom chakra walls is being offered. With high status differential, the chakra walls is particularly obeisant and is more likely to offer various services. As the differential decreases, the obeisance turn into a simple greetings and gifts are more likely to substitute for services. Eventually, when the status differential is bridged, chakra is transformed into another Nepali institution called Afno Manje, which will be considered shortly. One of the main kind of services performed in chakra wall is the transference of information. This information might be meant to amuse the patrons, benefit him, or consist simply of things that he would like to hear, particulars about rivals. It is in the transfer of information that Chakriwals had assumed particular importance, and there has been even developed certain kinds of positive characteristics. The chakra system has, to a large extent, become coextensive with the informal structuring of the Nepali organizations. It is a way for information to be passed throughout the organizations outside formal channels. Today, it is a person higher up in the organization hierarchy is able to obtain extensive information about the operation of all levels of the organization, and hence it has the potential to become a valuable tool for effective management. Chakri also has a therapeutic function and helps equalize relations, providing opportunities for those at lower levels of hierarchy to express their ideas and air their grievances. Most grievances procedures are effected through chakri channels. Once the chakra becomes a source of beneficial information, then a reverse dependency is developed on the chakra walls, and this can lead to the equalization of status. Chakra is a public event open to the view of all. This is important as it minimizes accusation of conspiracy. Once the substance of relationship is based on information exchange, it is only possible to become chakriwals to a single patron. One cannot be a chakriwals to a number of people because that he cannot be considered to be trustworthy, especially if the various patrons are rivals and in competition. The gift donor in chakri has certain rights. There is an obligation on the part of the recipient to respond to the chakri walls when chakri walls so determines. It is possible that at that point to haze the obligation, but this is difficult and must be done with an explanation. Example: I can't offer you this job because of all the pressing concern, but I can offer you something else either now or in the future. Ultimately, there has been to be a balance of exchange relations. Further, there is general obligation to accept gifts. First gift from chakriwals, as chakri is seen as an integral part of social organizations, and to refuse chakri is to disrupt the social organization. As just mentioned, chakri plays a critical role in the informal operation of Nepali organizational life, and to reject it is often taken as a sign of bad and or compromised management. When a young idealist, fresh from the training in the West, attempts to operate without chakri, this is to be regarded as offensive to subordinates who now no longer have this critical informal avenues for grievance procedure open to them, and to their superiors, who then regard them as disruptive and out of touch with their work environment. Chakra is so ingrained in Nepali organizational life that to persist in attempting to exclude it seems to be deviant, a demonstration of arrogance and conceit by those above and below. The recipient of chakra has some informal rights of discrimination, but only within limits. Chakra is very public, theoretically open to all castes, but effectively not so accessible. If the chakra walls is seen to have some functional relevance to the operation of the social organization, then the chakra walls would have to be expected. But for a stranger, someone with no clear connection to the relevant social organization, for which patrons own some responsibility, these rights do not at first exist and must be demonstrated. A limbu from Limbuwan, for example, was with an insignificant gift, would have to compete against an established chakriwals, and it would be easier for the patrons to reject the gift and the chakriwals. The chakriwal has to be noticed by the patron in order to be heard, so that there may so that many chakriwals it is easy to ignore particular individuals. All of it depends again on the status differential and other factors such as the quality of gift, the kind of chakriwals and his appearance, so on. The only option for such a stranger who desires to become a chakriwal is to persist in his attendance until he is finally noticed. Except in this extreme kind of case, chakriwals has to be accepted. Sometimes chakri takes the form of a bribe and other forms of corruption. Kaplan's account of one of the district headquarters of outlying areas reveals this aspect quite clearly. A few of the wealthiest men in the district today owe their wealth entirely on their careers in local administration, and most government employees who spent long years in their posts were able to purchase land, however menial their job and negligible their salaries. Some senior officials are said never to have accepted cash, while others acquired reputation for extreme rapaciousness. Further, Kaplan's informants told him that the practice of chakra is considered a necessary and appropriate method of getting employment. It is recognized as demeaning to the supplicant, but no man loses esteem in the eyes of other residents if he demonstrates weakness before the and dependence upon the administration. To do this is merely to accept reality. Within a system characterized by parental dependency, people are exalted. People in exalted position, the father's surrogates consider giving favors to those who demonstrate dependence on them through chakri as a normal and proper behavior. It is gratifying and flattering to them to be able to do so, but gradually they fall prey to the inherent vices of chakri. Once a gift is accepted, the obligation of the patron to respond to the chakri walls, typically on the chakri walls